Hello guys, welcome to Imagine Verse. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter reincarnated in RWBY as the ancient wizard Huntsman and fell in love with Blake Belladonna and Yang Xiaolong. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1. The Wizard's Awakening. Death had been peaceful. Harry Potter had lived a full life, defeated Voldemort, married, raised children, served as head Auror, and eventually passed away surrounded by generations of loved ones at the impressive age of 152. The next great adventure, as Dumbledore had once called it, turned out to be exactly as advertised, a peaceful void where time held no meaning. Until it wasn't. The first sensation was pain, sharp, electric, and all-consuming. Harry's consciousness slammed back into existence like being thrown from a broom at terminal velocity. His lungs burned as they remembered how to breathe. Every nerve ending screamed in protest. The peaceful void shattered, replaced by the brutal cacophony of being alive again. Impossible readings stabilized the shouldn't be possible. Fragments of voices filtered through his awareness as Harry fought to open his eyes. When he finally managed it, blinding white light assaulted his vision. He squinted against the glare, making out blurry figures in white coats hovering above him. His hand instinctively reached for a wand that wasn't there. "He's conscious!" someone shouted. "Sir? Sir, can you hear me?" Harry tried to speak, but his throat felt like sandpaper. A cool glass pressed against his lips, and he drank greedily, water spilling down his chin. "Where?" he croaked, the single word taking monumental effort. "You're in Vale Central Hospital," a woman's voice answered. "You were found collapsed in the Emerald Forest 3 days ago. Can you tell us your name?" Harry blinked, memories shuffling like a deck of cards being reshuffled, his life, his death, and something else, ancient knowledge that wasn't his yet somehow was. He began, then stopped. Harry Potter didn't exist here. He knew that with inexplicable certainty. This wasn't his world. The name on his lips changed to one that felt simultaneously foreign and deeply familiar. Hadrian. Hadrian Peverell. The name came from nowhere and everywhere at once. With it came a flood of memories, not his, yet his all the same. A life lived millennia ago in this world called Remnant. A world of fractured moons, soulless monsters, and humanity on the brink. A world where he had once been known as the Wizard. The hospital released him a week later, still baffled by his miraculous recovery and equally mysterious appearance. The doctors called it unprecedented, a man with no records, no identification, and readings on their instruments that defied explanation. They whispered about his aura, too vast, too strange, nothing like they'd ever recorded before. Hadrian now, stood outside the hospital, feeling the peculiar weight of a new/old body. He looked down at hands that were both his and not his. According to his reflection, he appeared to be in his early 30s, with familiar green eyes but unfamiliar streaks of silver in his otherwise black hair. The lightning bolt scar remained, though faded to a thin white line barely visible beneath his fringe. He carried nothing but the clothes provided by the hospital and an ornate wooden staff the rescue team had found clutched in his hands, a staff that hummed with familiar power when he touched it. Not quite a wand, but something more primal, more connected to this world's fundamental forces. The memories continued to integrate themselves. Two souls, Harry Potter and the ancient being known simply as the Wizard, merging into someone new yet comprised of both. He remembered granting 4 young women incredible powers, remembered dividing his magic among the people of Remnant, remembered a betrayal so profound it had shattered his heart. And he remembered her. Salem. Once beloved, now corrupted. Hadrian shook his head, driving away 1,000-year-old heartache. First, he needed somewhere to stay, resources to gather, and time to make sense of this impossible situation. Vale bustled around him, a city both familiar and foreign. Technology far beyond what he'd known in his previous life mixed with architectural elements that reminded him of a blend between wizarding and muggle worlds. Holographic street signs hovered above intersections. People walked past with animal features, faunas, his new memories supplied. Some carried weapons unlike anything he'd seen before. Following an instinct he couldn't explain, Hadrian made his way toward the commercial district. He needed lean, this world's currency, and quickly. The pawn shop's bell jingled as he entered. An older man with spectacles looked up from behind the counter, eyes widening slightly at Hadrian's disheveled appearance. "Can I help you?" the shopkeeper asked warily. Hadrian approached the counter, setting his staff down carefully. "I was hoping to sell something." The man raised an eyebrow. "The staff? It's certainly unique, but I'm not sure, not the staff." Hadrian interrupted, extending his palm. With a thought, he condensed his magic. No, aura, he corrected himself, and focused on a memory. Gold shimmered in his hand, resolving into a perfect replica of Gryffindor's sword, miniaturized to the size of a pendant. The shopkeeper's jaw dropped. "Is that, how did you?" "A small trick," Hadrian said. "It's solid gold, about 20 grams. I can make more." After some negotiation and a test with an electronic scanner that confirmed the authenticity of the gold, Hadrian walked out with enough lean to secure temporary lodgings and necessities. The transaction left him exhausted. Transfiguration in this world took more out of him than it had in his original reality. The magic here worked differently, intertwining with his aura in ways he was still discovering. He found a modest hotel near the edge of the city and collapsed onto the bed, mind swimming with memories old and new. Sleep claimed him instantly, dragging him into dreams filled with silver-eyed warriors, a fractured moon, and monsters born from darkness itself. Over the next month, Hadrian established himself in Vale, creating a small but comfortable life while piecing together his purpose in this world. He rented a small apartment on the outskirts of the city, converted more transfigured precious metals into lean, and acquired the basics needed to function in society. More importantly, he tested his abilities. Magic in Remnant was fundamentally different from what he had known. Here, his wizard's magic had merged with aura, the manifestation of his soul, creating something unique. He could still perform many of the spells he had known as Harry Potter, but they required different focus, different energy. His semblance, the personalized expression of aura that everyone in Remnant possessed, seemed to be an amplified version of what had once been his greatest strength, not dying when he should have. The ancient wizard's memories provided insight into this world's magical foundations. After all, he, or rather, his previous incarnation, had been the one to create the system of aura and semblances by distributing his enormous magical power among humanity. On his 6th week in Vale, Hadrian felt a pull he couldn't ignore any longer. The Emerald Forest called to him, the place where he had first awakened in this world. Something there was unfinished. He set out at dawn, staff in hand, now dressed in practical combat gear that wouldn't draw attention in a world where nearly everyone was armed in some fashion. His outfit, a long coat of deep green over flexible armor, with multiple pouches for dust crystals, resembled what Huntsman wore in this world. The forest was vibrant and alive, sunlight filtering through emerald leaves. It might have been peaceful if not for the creatures of Grimm that prowled its depths. As Hadrian ventured deeper, he sensed them, soulless beings of pure negativity, drawn to fear and despair. A low growl from his left was his only warning before a Beowulf lunged from the underbrush, a wolf-like monster twice his size with bone-white armor and glowing red eyes. In his previous life, such a sight would have terrified him. Now, with centuries of combined combat experience, Hadrian simply sidestepped. "Bombarda," he whispered, channeling his aura through the staff. The spell, modified by this world's magical laws, exploded with far more force than he intended, obliterating the Beowulf and several trees behind it. Hadrian stared at the destruction with raised eyebrows. "Still calibrating, I suppose?" The commotion attracted more Grimm. A pack of Beowulfs emerged from the trees, accompanied by larger, bear-like Ursi. Hadrian twirled his staff, feeling the magic, his magic, respond to his call. He moved with fluid precision, each motion deadly and economical. When a Beowulf charged, he transfigured the ground beneath it into quicksand. When an Ursa swung massive claws, he conjured a shield of solidified aura before countering with a cutting curse that cleaved through bone armor. The battle ended as quickly as it began, leaving Hadrian surrounded by dissolving grim corpses. He hadn't even broken a sweat, which was concerning. Either he was far more powerful than he realized, or these were merely the weakest examples of Remnant's monsters. A slow clap echoed from behind him. Hadrian spun, staff raised, to find a man standing at the edge of the new clearing his battle had created. Tall and silver-haired, with small spectacles and a mug of what smelled like coffee, the newcomer leaned on a cane with casual elegance that belied deadly skill. Recognition slammed into Hadrian from two directions. His ancient memories identified this man immediately, while Harry's instincts noted the calculating gaze behind that seemingly mild expression. "Impressive display," the man said, taking a sip from his mug. "Particularly interesting choice of techniques. I don't believe I've seen a semblance quite like yours before." Hadrian lowered his staff slightly but remained alert. "Thank you. Though I don't make a habit of performing for an audience." The man smiled. "Forgive my rudeness. My name is Professor Ozpin. I'm the headmaster of Beacon Academy." Ozma, the ancient wizard's memories whispered. "The one I gave my power to. The one I trusted to protect humanity in my absence." "Hadrian Peveril," he replied, fighting to keep his expression neutral despite the emotional turmoil roiling beneath the surface. This was the man to whom his previous incarnation had gifted magic, a fragment of himself, before departing the world. Ozpin tilted his head slightly. "A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Peveril. Though I find myself curious as to what brings such a skilled individual to these dangerous woods alone." "Just exploring," Hadrian said. "Getting the lay of the land." "Indeed. And would this exploration have anything to do with the extraordinary energy signature detected in this forest 6 weeks ago? The same day you were found unconscious by a beacon search team?" Hadrian tensed. "You've been keeping tabs on me. When someone appears out of nowhere, with no records in any of the 4 kingdoms, displaying abilities that defy conventional understanding of aura and semblance, yes, I make it my business to keep tabs." Ozpin's tone remained pleasant, but his eyes hardened. Particularly when that person bears a striking resemblance to ancient descriptions of a figure long thought to be merely legend. The air between them crackled with unspoken tension. Hadrian weighed his options carefully. This was Ozma, or a reincarnation of him, the man who had been fighting Salem for millennia. A potential ally, but also someone who might consider him a threat. Before Hadrian could respond, a distant explosion shook the forest, followed by the unmistakable sounds of combat. "It seems we have more pressing concerns," Ozpin said, glancing toward the disturbance. "That would be the initiation for my new students. First years entering the forest to collect relics and form partnerships." Another explosion, louder this time, accompanied by a roar that made the hair on Hadrian's neck stand up. "That doesn't sound like a standard initiation challenge," Hadrian observed. Ozpin's expression shifted to concern. "No. It doesn't." He tapped something on his scroll, a device Hadrian had learned was this world's equivalent of a smartphone and much more. A Nevermore and a Deathstalker, both unusually large specimens, have engaged a group of initiates. "Shouldn't you help them?" Hadrian asked. "Initiation is designed to test their abilities. Intervention would." Ozpin stopped mid-sentence as his scroll beeped urgently. "That's concerning. It appears a third Grimm has joined the fray. An alpha Berinjal, not native to these forests." Without waiting for Ozpin to finish his justification for non-intervention, Hadrian closed his eyes, visualizing the location of the battle from the sounds. Then, with a crack that echoed through the trees, he apparat. The sensation was different here, more resistance, as though the fabric of reality was thicker, but the result was the same. Hadrian reappeared on a stone outcropping overlooking ancient ruins where 8 young hunters in training were engaged in desperate combat against overwhelming odds. He took in the scene with experienced eyes. A massive raven-like Nevermore circled overhead, raining deadly feathers on the battlefield. A scorpion-like Death Stalker, easily the size of the night bus, snapped massive pincers at 4 students trying to contain it. And now, crashing through the trees came a gorilla-like Berinjal, its bone armor thicker than any Hadrian had read about in his research. The students were fighting valiantly but clearly outmatched. One team focused on the Death Stalker, a red-haired girl with a spear and shield fighting alongside a boy with black hair and pink highlights, an energetic orange-haired girl with a massive hammer, and a blonde boy who seemed somewhat out of his depth. The other team attempted to deal with the Nevermore. A girl in a red cape wielded a massive scythe with surprising skill. Beside her, a white-haired girl in an elegant combat dress created glyphs of ice and force. And then there were the two who caught Hadrian's attention immediately, a blonde brawler whose hair literally blazed with golden fire as she pummeled the air with shotgun blasts from her gauntlets, and a dark-haired girl with a bow who moved like a shadow, wielding a weapon that transformed from sword to pistol to kusarigama with fluid grace. Something resonated deep within him at the sight of these last two fighters. The blonde's fierce protectiveness reminded him painfully of how he had fought for his friends at Hogwarts. The shadow girl's determined yet withdrawn demeanor echoed his own struggles with destiny and belonging. The Berinjal roared, pounding its chest before charging directly toward the shadow girl, who had her back turned as she focused on the Nevermore. Hadrian moved without thinking. A crack of apparition put him directly in the Berinjal's path. The massive grim skidded to a halt, red eyes gleaming with malice as it registered a new threat. "Hello, ugly," Hadrian said, twirling his staff. "Why don't you pick on someone your own size?" The Berinjal roared and swung a massive fist. Hadrian sidestepped with the practiced ease of a seasoned duelist, letting the creature's arm embed itself in the ground where he'd stood a moment before. "Defendo!" he incanted, slashing his staff. The cutting charm sliced through the Berinjal's arm at the elbow, causing the creature to howl in pain and rage. Hadrian was dimly aware of the students staring in shock at his sudden appearance, but he kept his focus on the battle. The Berinjal, now more cautious, circled him warily. "Who is that?" he heard someone, the blonde girl, ask. "I have no idea," the shadow girl replied, her amber eyes tracking his movements with analytical precision. The Berinjal charged again, faster this time. Hadrian met its charge head-on, channeling his aura into his staff. As the grim swung, Hadrian ducked beneath its arm and thrust his staff upward. "Confringo!" The blasting curse connected with the Berinjal's chest, tearing through bone armor and creating a smoking hole in the creature's torso. The Berinjal staggered backward but didn't fall. "Tougher than you look," Hadrian muttered, reassessing. These Alpha Grim were far more resilient than the ones he'd encountered earlier. The shadow girl appeared beside him in a blur of motion. "Its armor is thickest on the chest and back," she said, amber eyes meeting his green ones. "The joints are vulnerable." "Good to know," Hadrian replied with a nod. "Shall we?" A ghost of a smile touched her lips as she readied her weapon. "Let's." They moved in perfect synchronization, as if they'd fought together for years. The girl, Blake, he heard someone call her, used her weapon's ribbon to swing around the Berinjal's legs, entangling them while Hadrian blasted its exposed knee joints with precision curses. The Berinjal howled, dropping to one knee just as the blonde brawler leapt into the fray. "Need a hand?" she called, eyes lilac but tinged with red at the edges, her smile wild and fearless. "By all means," Hadrian replied, finding himself returning her smile. The blonde, Yang, slammed her gauntlets together, hair igniting more brightly. "Blake, slingshot!" Without hesitation, Blake tossed Yang her ribbon-bound weapon. Yang caught it, and planted her feet as Blake pulled back, creating tension. With a nod from Blake, Yang launched forward like a human cannonball, propelled by both the ribbon's tension and her gauntlet's recoil. Her fist connected with the Berinjal's face with a thunderous impact that sent shockwaves across the battlefield. Bone armor cracked, but the creature still fought. "Stubborn, isn't he?" Yang landed beside Hadrian, shaking out her hand. "Allow me to finish this," Hadrian said, raising his staff. Drawing on both his wizard's magic and the aura of his new form, he focused on a spell he hadn't attempted in this world yet. Fiend fire! Controlled cursed fire erupted from his staff, taking the form of a magnificent phoenix that engulfed the Beringel. Unlike the nearly uncontrollable version from his world, here the fire responded perfectly to his will, burning the Grimm to ash while leaving everything else untouched. As the flames died away, Hadrian turned to find both Blake and Young staring at him with undisguised amazement. "That was," Blake began. "Awesome!" Young finished, eyes wide. "What kind of semblance was that?" Before Hadrian could answer, a cry from across the battlefield drew their attention. The Death Stalker had pinned the red-haired girl against a tree, its stinger poised to strike. "Pyrrha!" the blond boy shouted, desperately trying to reach her. Hadrian raised his staff, but Blake's hand on his arm stopped him. "Look," she said, nodding toward the ruins. The girl in the red cape had positioned herself on a cliff edge, her scythe's blade hooked around the Nevermore's neck as glyphs appeared in a line up the cliff face. "She's going to decapitate it," Yang murmured, pride evident in her voice. "That's my little sister." With astonishing speed, the girl ran up the cliff face, dragging the Nevermore with her. When she reached the top, a final burst of speed and strength separated the creature's head from its body in a shower of rose petals. Meanwhile, the hammer-wielding girl had launched herself toward the Death Stalker, bringing her weapon down on its stinger with such force that it impaled the creature through its own head. As the last Grimm dissolved into black mist, a moment of stunned silence fell over the battlefield before Yang let out a whoop of triumph. "That's how it's done!" she shouted, pumping her fist in the air. Hadrian found himself smiling genuinely for the first time since arriving in this world. These students, barely adults by the look of them, had faced down monsters that would give seasoned aurists pause, and emerge victorious. The moment was interrupted by the sound of slow applause. Hadrian turned to see Ashbin approaching, an unreadable expression on his face. "Impressive teamwork," the headmaster said, addressing the students before his gaze settled on Hadrian. "And an interesting addition to the exercise." "He saved Blake," Jan said immediately, stepping slightly in front of Hadrian as if to shield him from Ashbin's scrutiny. The protective gesture touched something deep within him. Blake nodded in agreement. "He appeared out of nowhere just as the Beringel was about to attack." "Did he indeed?" Ashbin took a sip from his seemingly ever-present coffee mug. "Teleportation is an extremely rare semblance, Mr. Peveril." As our phoenix shaped flames and what appeared to be energy projectiles. The other students had gathered around now, staring at Hadrian with varying degrees of curiosity and wariness. "Who are you?" asked the girl in the red cape, silver eyes wide with wonder. "Hadrian Peveril," he replied with a slight bow. "Just a traveler who happened to be in the right place at the right time." "Ruby rose," she replied enthusiastically, offering her hand. "That was so cool how you appeared out of nowhere, and then the fire bird and everything." Hadrian shook her hand, feeling a strange shock of recognition at her touch. Silver eyes. The ancient wizard's memory stirred. These were the warriors he had created to combat the Grimm, endowed with powers specifically designed to counteract the creatures of darkness. "A pleasure to meet you, Miss Rose," he said, releasing her hand. The white-haired girl stepped forward, posture regal and assessing. "Wise Schnee." That was quite an unusual display of abilities. One by one, the others introduced themselves: Pyrrha Nikos, John Ark, Lai Rin, and Nora Valkyrie, who enthusiastically asked if he could teach her how to make fire birdies. 2. Throughout the introductions, Hadrian was acutely aware of Blake and Jan watching him. Blake's gaze was calculating, analyzing, as if trying to solve a puzzle. Yang's was more open, a mixture of gratitude and undisguised interest that made Hadrian feel suddenly self-conscious in a way he hadn't since his teenage years. "Well," Ashbin finally interrupted. "As fascinating as this impromptu meeting is, we do have an initiation to complete. Students, please proceed to the extraction point with your relics." As the students began to move away, Ashbin added, "Mr. Peveril, I believe we have a conversation to finish." Jan glanced back, flashing Hadrian a smile. "Hope to see you around, mystery man." Blake said nothing, but her amber eyes lingered on his for a moment before she turned to follow her partner. Hadrian watched them go, a strange feeling settling in his chest. For the first time since awakening in this world, he felt a sense of purpose, a connection to something beyond his ancient obligations and memories. "They're quite impressive, aren't they?" Ashpin remarked, watching the retreating students. "Very," Hadrian agreed. "Particularly the teamwork between Miss Belladonna and Miss Xiao. "Ah, you caught their names?" Ashpin observed. "Team RWBY, Ruby Rose, Weiss Schnee, Blake Belladonna, and Yang Xiaolong has the potential to be one of the most remarkable teams in Beacon's history." Hadrian nodded, still watching the students as they disappeared into the forest. "I believe you wanted to continue our discussion, Professor?" Ashpin's expression turned serious. "Yes. But perhaps somewhere more private than a grim-infested forest." He gestured toward the cliffs. "Beacon Academy is just beyond those heights. I would be honored if you would accompany me back to my office." Hadrian hesitated, weighing his options. Ashpin, or rather Ozma, was an unknown quantity despite the ancient wizard's memories. Thousands of years had passed since his previous incarnation had granted the man magic. Who knew what agenda he now pursued? Yet Hadrian also recognized an opportunity. Beacon Academy represented a concentration of knowledge and resources that could help him understand his purpose in this world. And if the grim attack today was any indication, the students, particularly Team RWBY, might soon find themselves in over their heads. "Lead the way, Professor," Hadrian said finally. "I believe we have much to discuss." Beacon Academy stood as a testament to humanity's resilience in a world besieged by darkness. Towering spires and elegant architecture gave it the appearance of a castle from Hadrian's original world, albeit with technological advancements that would have made Arthur Weasley faint with delight. Students in various uniforms and combat gear moved through the courtyards and hallways, many stopping to stare as Ashpin led Hadrian through the campus. It wasn't often, Hadrian supposed, that the headmaster personally escorted a stranger through the academy. They passed a combat arena where students were sparring under the watchful eye of a stern-looking woman with blonde hair and glasses who bore a striking resemblance to Professor McGonagall in both appearance and demeanor. "Professor Goodwitch," Ashpin explained, following Hadrian's gaze. "Our combat instructor and my deputy headmistress. Formidable in both capacities." "I can imagine," Hadrian murmured, feeling a pang of homesickness for Hogwarts. Ashpin's office occupied the highest tower of Beacon, accessed by an elevator that whispered smoothly upward. When the doors opened, Hadrian stepped into a vast circular room dominated by enormous gears and clockwork mechanisms that turned continuously overhead. Transparent displays hovered in the air, showing various camera feeds from around the campus and beyond. "Impressive," Hadrian said, looking around. "Though I sense there's more to this room than mere aesthetics." Ashpin smiled faintly as he took a seat behind his desk. "Very astute. This tower serves multiple purposes, not all of which are apparent." He gestured to a chair opposite his desk. "Please make yourself comfortable." Hadrian sat, resting his staff across his knees. For a moment either spoke, each taking the measure of the other. "I suppose I should begin," Ashpin said finally, steepling his fingers. "You appeared in the Emerald Forest 6 weeks ago during an unusual energy event that our sensors registered as unlike anything previously documented. You possess abilities that defy conventional understanding of aura, semblance, and dust manipulation. And you bear a striking resemblance to descriptions of a figure from Remnant's earliest histories." He leaned forward slightly. "So I must ask directly, who are you truly?" Hadrian considered his response carefully. The truth was complicated and potentially dangerous, but lying to someone who had been fighting Salem for millennia seemed equally risky. "I am not entirely from this world," he began, watching Ashpin's reaction closely. "Or perhaps more accurately, not from this time. I possess the memories and abilities of two beings, Harry Potter, a wizard from another reality, and the one you knew as the wizard, the original magic wielder of Remnant." If Ashpin was surprised by this revelation, he hid it well. Only a slight tightening around his eyes betrayed any reaction. The wizard, he repeated softly. A being thought to be mere legend by most of Remnant. A fairy tale told to children. He set down his coffee mug. But we both know better, don't we? We do, Hadrian confirmed. Just as we both know about Salem, the relics, the maidens, and the truth about the god of light and the god of darkness. At the mention of Salem, Ashbin's calm facade cracked slightly. If you truly possess his memories, then you understand the gravity of our situation. I do. But my memories of this world are fragmented. Incomplete. I remember granting you, Ozma, magical abilities. I remember creating the maidens, the silver-eyed warriors. I remember Salem's corruption. Hadrian frowned. But much of what came after is lost to me. How long has it been? Thousands of years, Ashbin said quietly. Through many lifetimes and incarnations. Hadrian nodded, absorbing this. And Salem? Unchanged. Undying. Still determined to gather the relics and summon the gods to judge humanity wanting. And you've been fighting her all this time. It wasn't a question. Alone. Ashbin's smile turned bitter. Not entirely alone. There have been allies throughout the centuries. Brave souls who joined what we now call the inner circle. But the burden of memory, of continuous existence, that has been mine alone to bear. He studied Hadrian with newfound intensity. Until now, perhaps. The implication hung in the air between them. Hadrian felt the weight of it, the possibility that his arrival might shift the balance in a conflict spanning millennia. I don't know why I'm here, Hadrian admitted. Whether some cosmic accident or divine intervention brought me to Remnant. But I do know I can't stand aside while Salem threatens humanity. Not when I might be able to help. Relief flashed briefly across Ashbin's features before his composure returned. Then may I suggest a position that would allow you to do just that, while also giving you access to resources that might help unravel the mystery of your arrival? Hadrian raised an eyebrow. I'm listening. Beacon Academy is short one combat instructor this semester. Professor Auburn retired unexpectedly, leaving us with a gap in our advanced dueling curriculum. Ashbin took a sip of his coffee. Your display in the forest today suggests you would be more than qualified to fill that position. The offer caught Hadrian by surprise. You want me to teach? Based on a single encounter? I'm offering you a cover story, access to Beacon's extensive libraries and laboratories, and proximity to some of the most promising huntsmen and huntresses of their generation. Ashbin set down his mug. Including Team RWBY, whom you seemed quite impressed by. Hadrian couldn't argue with the logic, even as he suspected Ashbin had ulterior motives, keeping a potential ally close, or perhaps keeping a potential threat under observation. What would this position entail, exactly? He asked. Advanced combat techniques for 3rd and 4th year students, with a focus on dueling and adaptation to various opponents. 3 classes per week, office hours for individual training, and occasional field supervision. Ashbin smiled slightly. And of course, availability for special missions as needed. Special missions meaning the kind that might require someone with your unique abilities. Hadrian considered the offer. Teaching wasn't foreign to him. He'd led Dumbledore's army, after all, and later in life had occasionally instructed Auror trainees. The position would provide stability while he adjusted to this new world and investigated his purpose here. And if he was honest with himself, the thought of seeing more of Blake Belladonna and Yang Xiaolong wasn't unwelcome. Something about those two had resonated with him on a level he couldn't quite explain. I accept, Hadrian said finally. Though I should warn you, I have high expectations for my students. As do I, Professor Peveril. As do I. Ashbin extended his hand across the desk. Welcome to Beacon Academy. As Hadrian shook Ashbin's hand, sealing their agreement, he couldn't help but feel that he had just taken the first step on a path that would change this world forever. Hadrian's first week as a professor at Beacon passed in a blur of activity. Ashbin had arranged quarters for him in the faculty wing, a spacious apartment with a separate office for meeting with students. The previous occupants' teaching materials provided a foundation, though Hadrian quickly began developing his own curriculum that incorporated techniques from both his worlds. Glinda Goodwitch had been skeptical of his appointment at first, fixing him with a glare that would have made McGonagall proud as Ozpin introduced them. "Combat instruction requires years of experience," she'd said, adjusting her glasses. "Not just skill, but pedagogical training. I assure you, I have considerable experience teaching defensive techniques." Hadrian had replied, thinking of the room of requirement and desperate students preparing to face Death Eaters. Her expression had softened marginally when he demonstrated some of his teaching methods in a private session. By the end of the week, they had established a professional respect, if not quite friendship. The students, particularly the upperclassmen he taught directly, regarded him with a mixture of curiosity and awe. Word of his appearance during the first-year initiation had spread throughout the academy, growing more spectacular with each retelling. By the time Hadrian taught his first class, rumors claimed he had single-handedly slain a dozen Alpha Grimm while dancing a jig. Reality proved less theatrical but no less impressive. His teaching style, practical, adaptive, and focused on real-world application rather than tournament rules, quickly earned him a reputation as demanding but fair. Students emerged from his classes exhausted but better prepared for the dangers beyond Beacon's walls. Hadrian had managed to avoid direct interaction with Team RWBY during that first week, though he'd glimpsed them occasionally in the dining hall or crossing the campus between classes. First years wouldn't take his advanced course, but he found himself keeping track of their progress through faculty reports and training videos. It was during his second weekend at Beacon that their paths finally crossed again. Hadrian had risen early, as was his habit, and made his way to the training grounds for his morning exercises. The academy was quiet, most students taking advantage of the weekend to sleep in. Or so he thought, until he heard the distinctive sound of Gamble's shroud, Blake's weapon, slicing through the air in one of the smaller training rooms. Hadrian paused outside the door, debating whether to continue on his way or investigate. Curiosity won out. He peered through the window to see Blake moving through a complex series of maneuvers, her weapon transitioning seamlessly between forms as she battled holographic Grimm. Her style was fluid and graceful, emphasizing speed and precision over raw power. Yet Hadrian noticed a slight hesitation in certain movements, a fraction of a second where she seemed to second-guess herself before committing to an attack. The holographic Beowulf took advantage of one such hesitation, slipping past her guard to score a hit that would have been fatal in a real encounter. The simulation froze, displaying her performance statistics on a screen overhead. Blake's frustrated sigh was audible even through the door as she reset the program. Before Hadrian could decide whether to offer assistance or leave her to her practice, a voice called out from the other end of the hallway. "Blake? You in there?" Yang Xiaolong approached, dressed in workout clothes, her unruly blonde mane pulled back in a ponytail. She spotted Hadrian and broke into a wide smile. "Professor Mystery Man!" she exclaimed. "Fancy meeting you here at the crack of dawn." "Miss Xiaolong." Hadrian greeted her with a nod. "I was just on my way to training." Yang glanced at the window where Blake was visible, starting the simulation again. "Same as my partner. She's been here since 5, according to RWBY." She studied him with curious lilac eyes. "Were you going to join her or just watch?" The directness of the question, delivered with a teasing lilt, reminded Hadrian forcibly of Ginny Weasley in her more outspoken moments. The comparison brought a pang of nostalgia but also a surprising comfort. "I noticed a technical issue with her approach to multiple opponents," he replied. "I was considering offering some advice." "Well, what are you waiting for?" Jan pushed open the door without hesitation. "Hey, Blake! Look who I found lurking outside!" Blake froze mid-strike, turning toward the door with a mixture of surprise and embarrassment. The holographic Beowulf took advantage of her distraction, lunging for an attack that passed harmlessly through her as Jan called out, "End simulation!" to the room's control system. "Jan!" Blake acknowledged her partner before her ember eyes shifted to Hadrian. "Professor Peveril." "Miss Belladonna." Hadrian replied. I apologize for the intrusion. I was passing by and noticed your training. Blake sheathed her weapon, expression guarded. Were you watching long? Long enough to see you're having trouble with the Alpha Beowulf's feint and lunge combination, he said honestly. It's exploiting a slight hesitation in your transition between defense and counterattack. Blake's eyes narrowed slightly, but she didn't deny it. I've been working on that. Working herself to exhaustion, Yang added, throwing an arm around her partner's shoulders. She's been at it for hours already. Sometimes additional hours aren't as productive as a change in approach. Hadrian suggested carefully. If you're open to it, I could offer some alternative techniques. Blake and Yang exchanged a look, conducting a silent conversation with the ease of partners who had quickly learned to read each other. Show us what you've got, Professor, Yang said finally, stepping back and crossing her arms with an expectant smile. Both of us? Blake asked, eyebrow raised. Why not? Hadrian replied, removing his coat and setting his staff against the wall. In fact, the technique I'm thinking of works best with partners who complement each other's fighting styles. Yang's smile widened. Now you're talking! Hadrian moved to the center of the training room, motioning for both women to join him. The principle is simple. When faced with multiple opponents, or a single opponent capable of multiple simultaneous attacks, like the Alpha Beowulf, most fighters instinctively try to track all threats equally. Dividing your attention. Blake nodded. Precisely. But that creates those moments of hesitation as you process and prioritize. Hadrian positioned himself between them. Instead, I propose a system of zones and trusted awareness. Over the next hour, Hadrian guided Blake and Yang through exercises designed to enhance their awareness of each other's positions and capabilities. Rather than each trying to cover all angles, they practiced dividing the battlefield into zones of responsibility, trusting their partner to handle threats in their designated area. The key, Hadrian explained as they paused for water, is absolute trust in your partner's capabilities. You don't need to see the threat in their zone to know they're handling it. Like fighting with eyes closed? Yang asked, wiping sweat from her brow. In a sense. It's about developing a sixth sense for your partner's movements. Hadrian demonstrated by closing his eyes and perfectly tracking Blake as she moved silently around him. Your auras are connected as teammates. With practice, you can learn to feel each other's positions without visual confirmation. Blake, who had been somewhat reserved at first, was now fully engaged in the training. This is similar to some techniques used by more advanced members of the RWBY. She cut herself off abruptly, amber eyes flicking away. By some specialized Huntsman teams I've heard about. Hadrian noted the slit but didn't press. According to his research and the ancient wizard's fragmentary memories, the White Fang had once been a peaceful faunus rights organization before turning to more violent methods in recent years. It's an ancient technique, he said instead, used by warriors long before the establishment of the Huntsman academies. How do you know all this stuff? Yang asked, taking a long drink of water. Ashman said you just appeared on the scene recently, but you fight and teach like someone who's been doing it forever. It was a dangerously perceptive question. Hadrian chose his words carefully. I've had unusual training. From multiple traditions. Multiple traditions meaning what exactly? Blake asked, her analytical mind clearly picking up on the vagueness of his answer. Perhaps a demonstration would be more illuminating than an explanation, Hadrian suggested, changing tactics. Computer, initialize combat simulation Peveril 3, difficulty 9. The training room's lights dimmed as the holographic system generated a complex scenario, a ruined cityscape inhabited by multiple types of Grimm, including Beowulfs, Ursai, and a massive King Taijatu. Watch closely, Hadrian said, centering himself in the arena. And pay attention to the transitions between offensive and defensive postures. What followed was a display that left both young women wide-eyed. Hadrian moved through the holographic environment with fluid precision, each movement flowing into the next without pause or hesitation. When a Beowulf lunged, he redirected its momentum into an Ursa. When the King Taijutsu struck from both heads simultaneously, he seemed to anticipate the attack seconds before it happened, positioning himself in the perfect spot to exploit the creature's dual nature against itself. Throughout the demonstration, he incorporated elements of magical combat without actually using magic, the footwork of dueling, the precise targeting of vital areas, and the constant awareness of multiple threats that had kept him alive through 2 wizarding wars. When the simulation ended, displaying a perfect score on the overhead screen, Hadrian turned to find Blake and Young staring at him with undisguised admiration. "That was," Blake began. "Hot," Young finished, then immediately flushed. "I mean impressive. Technically impressive." Hadrian felt a warmth in his cheeks that had nothing to do with the physical exertion. "The point is that fluid transition between states, attack to defense, offense to evasion, eliminates those moments of vulnerability." Blake nodded thoughtfully. "I see what I've been doing wrong. I've been treating each move as discrete rather than part of a continuous flow." "Exactly," Hadrian confirmed, pleased by her quick understanding. "And Miss Xiao, your style could benefit from the opposite adjustment, occasionally creating deliberate pauses to draw opponents into overcommitting. You can call me Yan, you know," she said with a grin. "At least when you're not officially teaching us." "And I prefer Blake," her partner added quietly. Hadrian smiled. "Very well. Yang and Blake it is, when we're not in a formal classroom setting." He checked the time. "I believe the dining hall will be opening for breakfast soon, if you'd care to continue this discussion over food?" "Breakfast sounds amazing," Yang agreed enthusiastically. "I'm starving after all that training." Blake hesitated, then nodded. "I could use some tea." As they gathered their gear and headed for the dining hall, Hadrian found himself genuinely relaxed for the first time since arriving in Remnant. There was something about these 2 young women that put him at ease, Yang's open friendliness reminiscent of Ron's loyalty, Blake's thoughtful reserve echoing Hermione's analytical mind. They settled at a table in the corner of the still mostly empty dining hall, trays loaded with food, particularly Yang's, which contained enough for 3 people. "So," Yang said between bites of pancake, "what made you decide to teach at Beacon? From what I've heard, you just showed up out of nowhere a few weeks ago." "Ojban offered me the position after our encounter in the forest," Hadrian replied truthfully. "I was, at a crossroads in my life, looking for a new direction. And teaching teenagers how to fight monsters seemed like the logical next step?" Blake asked, one eyebrow raised skeptically as she sipped her tea. Hadrian chuckled. "When you put it that way, it does sound rather impulsive. But I've always believed in preparing the next generation to face the challenges ahead." His expression grew more serious. "And from what I've seen, those challenges are only growing more severe." "You mean the increased grim activity?" Blake set down her cup, watching him intently. "Or something else?" The question probed dangerously close to matters Ojban had cautioned him to keep confidential: Salem, the relics, the true nature of the conflict that had been raging for millennia. Yet Hadrian felt a strange compulsion to be honest with these 2. "I believe there are forces at work beyond the random aggression of Grimm," he said carefully. "Patterns that suggest coordination, purpose." Yang frowned. "Grimm don't think. They just react to negative emotions." "True. But that doesn't mean they can't be directed by someone, or something, that does think." Blake's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. "You're suggesting someone is controlling the Grimm?" "Not controlling, perhaps. But influencing, directing. Using them as tools towards some larger objective." Hadrian sipped his coffee, watching their reactions. Both showed concern rather than dismissal, which spoke to their maturity. "If that's true," Yang said slowly, "then everything we're being taught about Grimm being mindless monsters is only part of the story. Knowledge is often incomplete," Hadrian replied. "Even, perhaps especially, the knowledge passed down as absolute truth." Blake studied him with those penetrating amber eyes. "You sound like you've discovered that the hard way." "More than once," Hadrian admitted, memories of both lives flooding through him, learning the truth about Sirius, about Dumbledore's past, about being a Horcrux, The ancient wizard discovering Salem's corruption, the gods' abandonment, humanity's capacity for both greatness and terrible failure. A comfortable silence fell as they each pursued their own thoughts. Hadrian found himself appreciating that neither young woman felt compelled to fill the quiet with chatter. It spoke to a depth of character beyond their years. The peaceful moment was shattered by a familiar voice calling across the dining hall. "Young! Blake! There you are!" Ruby Rose bounded toward their table with characteristic energy, a bleary-eyed Weiss-Schnee trailing behind her. "We've been looking everywhere for, oh!" She skidded to a halt, silver eyes widening as she noticed Hadrian. "Professor Peveril! Good morning!" "Good morning, Miss Rose, Miss Schnee." Hadrian greeted them with a nod. "We were just getting some training tips from the professor," Jan explained, sliding over to make room for her sister. Ruby dropped into the seat beside Jan, vibrating with excitement. "Really? What kind of tips? Combat moves? Secret techniques? Weapon modifications?" "Calm down, Ruby," Weiss said, taking a more dignified seat beside Blake. "I'm sure Professor Peveril doesn't want to be bombarded with questions during his breakfast." "Actually, I don't mind," Hadrian said, finding Ruby's enthusiasm refreshing. "Teaching doesn't end at the classroom door." This launched an animated discussion of combat techniques, with Ruby particularly interested in how Hadrian's staff fighting style might apply to her scythe techniques. Even Weiss, initially reserved, eventually joined in with insightful questions about dust application in close-quarters combat. Throughout the conversation, Hadrian noticed Blake watching him with thoughtful consideration, as if piecing together a puzzle. Jan, meanwhile, was more openly appreciative, her lilac eyes sparkling with interest that went beyond mere academic curiosity. The interaction was interrupted by a discreet alert from Hadrian's scroll, a message from Ashbin requesting his presence for an urgent matter of mutual interest. "I'm afraid I must cut our breakfast short," Hadrian said, rising from the table. "Duty calls." "Ah, just when it was getting good." Ruby pouted. "Perhaps we can continue another time," Hadrian suggested. "My door is always open to students seeking additional guidance." Young brightened. "Does that invitation extend to combat practice like this morning's? For dedicated students willing to put in the effort?" "Absolutely." As Hadrian bid them farewell and headed toward Ashbin's tower, he felt oddly reluctant to leave their company. There was something about Team RWBY, particularly Blake and Yang, that resonated with him on a level he couldn't quite explain. It wasn't until he was alone in the elevator that he allowed himself to acknowledge the uncomfortable truth. For the first time since awakening in this world, he felt a connection that went beyond duty or purpose. A personal connection that could become a liability in the dangerous game he now found himself playing. Yet he couldn't bring himself to regret it. In 2 lifetimes across different worlds, Hadrian had learned one consistent truth. It was connections to others that gave life meaning. That made any fight worth fighting. The elevator doors opened to reveal Ashbin's office, where the headmaster stood gazing out at the view of Vale in the distance. "Ah, Professor Peveril," Ashbin greeted him without turning. "Thank you for coming so promptly. Your message mentioned urgency," Hadrian replied, joining Ashbin at the window. "Indeed." Ashbin's expression was grave as he handed Hadrian his scroll, displaying a news report. "There has been an incident in Vale. A dust shop robbery turned violent." Hadrian scanned the report, noting the description of the perpetrators, men in suits led by a figure with bright orange hair wielding a cane. "Roman Torchwick," he read. "Known criminal, suspected ties to organized crime." He looked up at Ashbin. "What's the connection to our mutual concerns?" "The pattern," Ashbin said quietly. "This is the 3rd dust shop robbery this month. Quantities far beyond what would be needed for ordinary criminal activities. You think it's connected to Salem. I think nothing happens in isolation. And large quantities of dust in the wrong hands represents a threat we cannot ignore." Ashbin turned to face him fully. "Which brings me to my request. You want me to investigate. I want you to observe for now. The Vale Police Department is handling the official investigation. But you're unique abilities might allow you to notice things others would miss. Hadrian considered the request. It made sense. He could apparate throughout the city undetected, using magic to observe in ways no ordinary investigator could. And it would give him an opportunity to see more of Vale beyond Beacon's walls. I'll look into it, he agreed. Starting tonight. Excellent. Ashbin retrieved his scroll. There's one other matter. Your interactions with the students. Hadrian tensed slightly. Is there a problem? Not at all. In fact, I'm pleased to see you developing rapport with our first years. Particularly Team RWBY. Ashbin's expression was unreadable. They have significant potential. Potential that might benefit from additional mentorship. You're encouraging the connection. Hadrian realized, surprised. I'm acknowledging its value. Ashbin sipped his coffee. Just be aware that close connections come with their own complications in our line of work. The warning was gentle but clear. Hadrian nodded his understanding, even as he wondered about Ashbin's true motives. Was he genuinely concerned about Team RWBY's development, or positioning pieces on a chess board for some longer game? I'll keep that in mind, Hadrian said neutrally. If there's nothing else? Just one question, if I may. Ashbin set down his mug. In your interactions with Miss Belladonna and Miss Xiao this morning, did you notice anything unusual? The question caught Hadrian off guard. Unusual in what way? Any resonance? Any sense of connection beyond the ordinary? Hadrian hesitated, unsure how much to reveal. They're extraordinarily talented, with complementary fighting styles and personalities. But nothing more? Ashbin pressed. No sense of familiarity? Should there be? Hadrian countered, increasingly uncomfortable with the direction of the conversation. Ashbin studied him for a long moment before shaking his head. Perhaps not. It's still early days. He turned back to the window. Thank you for your time, Professor Peveril. Please keep me informed of anything you discover regarding the dust robberies. The dismissal was clear. Hadrian left Ashbin's office with more questions than answers, a growing sense that the headmaster knew, or suspected, something about his connection to Blake and Yang that he himself did not understand. As the elevator descended, Hadrian found his thoughts returning to that morning's training session. The easy synchronization with Blake's movements, the comfortable banter with Yang, the sense of rightness he'd felt in their company. Was it merely the echo of his friendships from his previous life? Or something deeper, connected to the ancient wizard's past and his mysterious appearance in this world? He didn't know. But as the elevator reached the ground floor and he stepped out into Beacon's sunlit courtyard, Hadrian made a private resolution. Whatever game Ashbin might be playing, whatever destiny awaited him in this world, he would not allow Blake Belladonna and Yan Xiaolong to become mere pieces on anyone's chessboard, not even his own. They deserved better. And after 2 lifetimes of being manipulated by fate and powerful men with grand designs, so did he. Vale's commercial district came alive at night, a constellation of neon signs and holographic advertisements illuminating streets filled with shoppers, diners, and clubgoers enjoying the weekend. From his vantage point atop a 5-story building, Hadrian observed it all with enhanced vision, a simple charm allowing him to see details at a distance that would have required high-powered binoculars for anyone else. He had spent the afternoon researching Roman Torchwick and the recent string of dust robberies, using Beacon's extensive databases and his own growing network of contacts in Vale. The pattern was clear: precision strikes against smaller dust shops, always at closing time, always targeting uncut crystals and refined powder rather than processed ammunition or consumer products. Whoever was behind the robberies wanted raw materials in quantity. The question was, for what purpose? A flash of movement on the street below caught Hadrian's attention, a group of men in identical black suits with red sunglasses, despite the late hour, and matching red ties, moving with suspicious coordination toward a shop called Dust to Dust. According to Hadrian's research, it was one of the few remaining independent dust retailers in this district that hadn't already been hit. Right on schedule, Hadrian murmured, casting a disillusionment charm on himself. The spell worked differently here than in his original world, the integration with his aura creating a more effective camouflage that adapted to his surroundings rather than simply rendering him transparent. He apparat to a closer rooftop, the crack of displacement silenced by another spell. From this new position, he could see the men more clearly. Junior's henchmen, according to his intelligence, hired muscle for whoever needed extra bodies for less than legal operations. The lead man checked his watch, then nodded to the others. As they approached the shop's entrance, Hadrian prepared to intervene. Then a familiar flash of yellow caught his eye. Yang Xiaolong leaned casually against a lamppost across the street from the dust shop, seemingly absorbed in her scroll. But Hadrian recognized the deliberate nonchalance, the too casual posture that concealed coiled readiness. She wasn't alone. A shadow darker than the others moved along the rooftop opposite his position, Blake, using her natural stealth to establish a high vantage point. What were they doing here? Huntresses in training had no jurisdiction in Vale criminal matters. They shouldn't be involving themselves in a potentially dangerous situation without backup. Hadrian's internal debate on whether to extract them or remain hidden was cut short when the first henchman reached for the dust shop door. In a blur of motion, Yang pushed off from the lamppost and called out, "Little late for shopping, isn't it, boys?" The men spun around, reaching for weapons concealed beneath their jackets. The leader recovered quickly, forcing a smile. "Just running an errand for the boss, Blondie. Nothing that concerns you." "Funny," Yang replied, activating her gauntlets with a series of mechanical clicks. "Because robbing dust shops definitely concerns me." The leader signaled to his men, who spread out to surround her. "Walk away, kid. This isn't a game." Yang's smile was all predatory confidence. "Good. Because I'm not playing." The fight erupted with explosive force as Yang launched herself at the nearest henchman, her gauntlet-enhanced punch sending him flying into a parked car. The others drew weapons, a mix of machetes and firearms, and rushed her from multiple angles. They never stood a chance. Yang moved with the fluid grace of a natural fighter, each strike flowing into the next as she'd practiced that morning. When two attackers came from opposite sides, she dropped into a split, letting them crash into each other before launching upward with a devastating uppercut that took both out of the fight. From the rooftop, Blake joined the fray, dropping silently behind a gunman taking aim at Yang's back. A quick strike with the hilt of Gamble's shroud rendered him unconscious before he knew she was there. Hadrian watched with professional appreciation as the two young women dismantled the criminal group with textbook efficiency, applying the very techniques they had practiced that morning. Their coordination was seamless, each instinctively covering the other's blind spots. The fight was over in less than a minute, leaving a dozen groaning henchmen scattered across the street. Yang and Blake stood back to back in the center of the carnage, barely breathing hard. "Well, that was disappointing," Yang said, deactivating her gauntlets. "I was hoping for at least a little challenge." "The real question," Blake replied, amber eyes scanning the surroundings, "is where's Torchwick? These are just hired muscle." Hadrian had been wondering the same thing. The pattern from previous robberies suggested Torchwick should be leading this operation personally. Unless. A prickling sensation at the back of his neck, the instinct honed through years of combat, was his only warning. Hadrian spun and deflected the thrust of a cane aimed at his head, the disillusionment charm shattering at the contact. Well, drawled the man with bright orange hair partially covered by a bowler hat, his green eyes glinting with malicious amusement. "Looks like we have a lurker." Roman Torchwick twirled his cane with casual expertise, the end pointing at Hadrian's chest. "Let me guess, another wannabe huntsman playing hero?" "Something like that," Hadrian replied, staff held at the ready. He had allowed himself to become distracted watching Yang and Blake, a rookie mistake that had nearly cost him. "Though I'm more interested in why you're so desperate for dust that you're hitting shops across Vale." Torchwick's eyes narrowed slightly. "Curious and observant. A dangerous combination." The cane's end flipped open, revealing a targeting reticle. "Unfortunately for you, I don't do Q&A sessions with the help." A flare of energy erupted from the cane. Hadrian deflected it with a shield charm, the explosive round detonating harmlessly against a magical barrier. Torchwick blinked in surprise. Well, that's new. I'm full of surprises. Hadrian replied, launching a silent Expelliarmus that Torchwick barely dodged. What followed was the most challenging duel Hadrian had faced since arriving in Remnant. Torchwick might have been a criminal, but he was a formidable combatant, agile, creative, and utterly ruthless. His cane transformed from blunt weapon to firearm to grappling hook in fluid transitions that kept Hadrian constantly adjusting his defense. Meanwhile, Hadrian constrained himself to spells that could be mistaken for semblance abilities, aware that openly using wizard magic would raise too many questions. Even so, he gradually gained the upper hand, his centuries of combined combat experience allowing him to predict Torchwick's increasingly desperate attacks. "You're good," Torchwick admitted, breathing heavily as they circled each other on the rooftop. "But I'm on a schedule." He reached into his pocket and threw something at Hadrian's feet, a dust crystal that began glowing with alarming intensity. Hadrian recognized the imminent explosion and apparat instinctively, reappearing on a neighboring rooftop as the blast wave tore through his previous position. When the smoke cleared, Torchwick was gone. A block away, a bullhead airship rose into the night sky, its engines roaring as it gained altitude. Hadrian raised his staff, calculating whether he could safely disable the aircraft without causing it to crash into the populated area below. Before he could decide, a familiar voice called his name. "Professor Peveril?" Hadrian turned to see Young and Blake standing at the edge of the rooftop, staring at him with expressions of surprise and confusion. "Did you just teleport?" Blake asked, her bow twitching slightly. "And what are you doing here anyway?" Young added, crossing her arms. Hadrian lowered his staff, watching as the bullhead disappeared into the distance. Torchwick had escaped, but the confrontation had provided valuable information, and an unexpected complication in the form of two students who had just witnessed abilities he'd been careful to keep limited to controlled demonstrations. "I might ask you the same question," he replied, turning back to face them fully. "First-year students have no authorization for field operations in Vale, especially not interrupting police matters." Young had the grace to look slightly abashed, but Blake's expression remained challenging. "We received information about the robbery plan," Blake said. "We couldn't just ignore it." "Anonymous information," Young clarified. "Delivered to our dorm room earlier today." That was troubling. Someone had deliberately drawn them into a potentially dangerous situation. Hadrian filed that concern away for later investigation. "As for what I'm doing here," he continued, "I'm conducting an investigation at Headmaster Osborne's request." "Into the dust robberies?" Blake's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. "The same ones we discussed at breakfast." Hadrian nodded. "Part of my responsibilities extends beyond classroom instruction." "And the teleporting?" Young pressed, not allowing him to sidestep the question. Hadrian considered his options. Outright lying would damage the trust he'd begun building with them, but the full truth wasn't an option either. "A specialized application of my semblance," he said finally. "Short-range spatial displacement. Useful, but limited." Not entirely false. His ability to apparate in this world was indeed tied to his aura in ways that modified how the magic functioned. Blake and Young exchanged a look that suggested neither fully believed his explanation but were willing to let it pass for now. "So what happens now?" Young asked. "Are we in trouble for the whole vigilante thing?" "That depends," Hadrian replied, "on what you learned during your unauthorized operation. The henchmen were just muscle," Blake reported immediately, shifting to a more professional demeanor. "But we overheard one mention a big operation happening at the docks next week. Something about a Schnee Dust Company shipment. Interesting. That aligned with intelligence Osborne had shared about a major SDC shipment arriving from Atlas. Anything else?" "Just that they're working for someone else," Young added. "One guy was complaining about the scary lady who would be mad if they failed again." "The scary lady," Hadrian repeated, mind racing through possibilities. Could Salem have agents operating so openly in Vale? Or was this some intermediate player in a larger scheme? A police siren wailed in the distance, drawing closer. Hadrian made a quick decision. We need to leave. The veiled police won't appreciate our involvement, and I'd rather not spend the night explaining why 2 Beacon students were engaged in unsanctioned combat in the commercial district. Good call. Yang agreed. But how do we? Her question was cut short as Hadrian extended his hands to both of them. Take hold and don't let go. This will feel unusual. After a moment's hesitation, Blake placed her hand in his left while Yang took his right. The contact sent an unexpected jolt through Hadrian, not unpleasant, but powerful, as if their auras were resonating with his own. Blake's eyes widened slightly, suggesting she felt it too. Yang's grip tightened, her lilac eyes meeting his with startled recognition. What was? She began, but Hadrian had already initiated the apparition, drawing them into the compressed nothingness between spaces. They reappeared at Beacon's main gate, the transition smoother than Hadrian had expected given he was transporting 2 additional people. Most first-time apparition passengers experienced severe disorientation or nausea, but Blake and Yang merely staggered slightly before regaining their balance. That was... Yang shook her head as if to clear it. Incredible. Blake finished, her usual reserve momentarily forgotten as she looked at Hadrian with new appreciation. Your semblance is teleportation with passengers? Among other things, Hadrian replied, feeling strangely reluctant to release their hands. When he finally did, the lingering sensation of connection remained, like an echo just below conscious awareness. You could have mentioned that this morning during training, Yang said with a hint of accusation. Would have saved us the airship fare to Vale. Hadrian couldn't help but smile. Some abilities are best not demonstrated casually. Speaking of which, his expression grew more serious. I would appreciate your discretion regarding tonight's events. Blake nodded immediately, understanding the implications. Official channels only? Precisely. I'll report to Ashbin. You should document your observations for reference, but otherwise, this remains confidential. Our lips are sealed. Yang agreed, making a locking motion across her mouth. But does this mean we're not in trouble? It means, Hadrian said carefully, that I recognize your intentions were good, even if your methods were unauthorized. However, if you receive any more anonymous tips, I expect you to bring them to me or another faculty member immediately. Understood? Both nodded, though Hadrian noted the glance they exchanged, a silent communication that suggested compliance might depend on circumstances. Good. Then I suggest you return to your dormitory before curfew. I imagine Miss Rose and Miss Schnee are wondering about your whereabouts. Ruby thinks we're at the library, Yang said with a grin. Weiss doesn't believe it for a second, but she's too busy studying to care. Nevertheless, it's been an eventful evening. Hadrian gestured toward the dormitory buildings. We can discuss any further questions you have during tomorrow's training session, if you're still interested in continuing. Absolutely, Yang replied enthusiastically. Especially now that we've seen those techniques in action. They were effective. Blake acknowledged with a small nod that, from her, seemed equivalent to effusive praise. As they bid him good night and headed toward their dormitory, Hadrian watched them go with mixed emotions. Pride in their capabilities and quick thinking. Concern for the danger they had willingly walked into. And something deeper, more personal, that he wasn't quite ready to examine closely. The strange connection he had felt during their joined apparition lingered in his mind. It reminded him of something from the ancient wizard's memories, a resonance of souls that transcended ordinary bonds. But those memories remained fragmentary, the context lost to millennia of time. One thing was certain, Blake Belladonna and Yang Xiaolong were no ordinary students. And his interest in them went far beyond professional responsibility. With a sigh, Hadrian turned toward Ashbin's tower. The headmaster would be waiting for his report, and there was much to discuss. The confirmed dust shipment target, Torchwick's unexpected combat prowess, and the mention of a scary lady directing the operations. What Hadrian wouldn't mention, at least not yet, was the peculiar resonance he had experienced with Blake and Yang. That mystery he would investigate himself, away from Ashbin's calculating gaze and inscrutable agenda. Some connections, Hadrian had learned across 2 lifetimes, were too personal, too precious to entrust to anyone else's care, even those who claimed to serve the greater good. Chapter 2: Shadows of Two Worlds. The dreams came more frequently now. Hadrian woke, with a start, sweat-soaked sheets twisted around him as fragments of memory, both his and not his, faded like morning mist. In the dream, he had been standing in a field of roses beneath a shattered moon, while a woman with alabaster skin and eyes like bleeding rubies reached for him with desperate longing. "You promise," she had whispered, her voice both achingly familiar and terribly wrong. "You promise we would be together forever." He sat up, rubbing his face as reality reasserted itself. His quarters at Beacon were silent save for the distant hum of the Academy's systems and the soft ticking of an antique clock, a gift from Professor Port, who had taken a liking to the mysterious new combat instructor. Dawn light filtered through half-drawn curtains, illuminating a room that had gradually transformed from standard faculty accommodation to something uniquely his. Books on remnants history and combat theory filled newly installed shelves. A workbench near the window held dust crystals in various stages of experimentation, Hadrian testing how they interacted with his particular magic. On the wall hung a map of Vale marked with the locations of dust robberies, each annotated with dates and details. 2 weeks had passed since his rooftop encounter with Roman Torchwick and the impromptu team-up with Blake and Young. 2 weeks of intensive investigation that had yielded troubling patterns but few concrete answers. The promised Schnee dust shipment had arrived without incident, throwing Blake's intelligence into question, or suggesting the criminals had changed their plans after the confrontation in the commercial district. Meanwhile, Hadrian had settled into a routine at Beacon. His advanced combat classes had become popular even among students not formally enrolled, who would find excuses to observe from the sidelines. His teaching style, practical, demanding, and refreshingly free of bureaucratic constraints, resonated with young huntsmen and huntresses preparing for a dangerous world. And then there were his private sessions with Blake and Young. What had begun as casual training had evolved into regular meetings 3 mornings a week. The young women arrived at the training room before sunrise, eager to learn techniques that went beyond Beacon's standard curriculum. Hadrian found himself looking forward to these sessions more than he cared to admit, not just for the satisfaction of teaching, but for the companionship that had begun to develop. Blake, initially reserved to the point of suspicion, had gradually opened up, revealing a sharp intellect and dry wit that reminded Hadrian painfully of Hermione at her most focused. Young brought an infectious energy and unflinching courage to every encounter, challenging both herself and her companions to push beyond comfortable limits. Together, they formed a dynamic that felt simultaneously new and deeply familiar, as if they'd known each other in some previous life. The thought brought Hadrian up short whenever it occurred, which was happening with increasing frequency. With a sigh, he rose from bed and prepared for the day ahead. Today's schedule included a third-year lecture on adapting to different grim attack patterns, a faculty meeting, and then, most concerning, a summons from Ashbin to discuss recent developments. The headmaster had been preoccupied lately, spending hours in his tower with communications to distant contacts. Something was building. Hadrian could feel it in the way Glinda's expression tightened whenever certain topics arose, in the increased security protocols implemented across campus, in Ashbin's increasingly frequent requests for intelligence from Vale's criminal underbelly. Salem was moving her pieces on the board, though toward what end remained unclear. Hadrian showered and dressed in his customary attire, practical combat gear beneath the professor's long coat, his staff never far from reach. As he fastened the coat's silver clasp, his scroll chimed with an incoming message. "Training cancelled this morning? Jan has detention with Professor Goodwich for setting fire to the chemistry lab. Accident, supposedly." Hadrian smiled despite himself. Yang's exuberance occasionally manifested in property damage, much to Glinda's ongoing frustration. "We can still train if you'd like. Working on your shadow clones might be easier without Yang's explosions." The response came almost immediately. "See you at 6. Setting the scroll aside, Hadrian gathered his materials for the day. As he reached for his staff, a strange sensation washed over him, a pulse of energy that resonated with his aura, accompanied by a fleeting image of a dark chamber and a glowing, ornate box. The relics. Something was happening with the relics. The vision passed as quickly as it had come, leaving Hadrian gripping the edge of his desk for support. These episodes had been increasing in frequency and intensity, fragments of the ancient wizard's memories surfacing unpredictably, triggered by events beyond his perception. He needed answers, and Oshpin was keeping too many secrets. After this morning's training with Blake, Hadrian resolved he would conduct his own investigation into what was happening with the relics, starting with the one rumored to be hidden beneath Beacon itself. The training room was quiet when Hadrian arrived, the pre-dawn stillness broken only by the soft sound of Blake's breathing as she moved through a warm-up kata. She wore her usual combat attire, a white shirt beneath a black button vest, white shorts, and leggings that transitioned from purple to black. Her bow, ever present, twitched slightly as she sensed his approach. "Good morning," Hadrian said, setting his staff against the wall. Blake completed her sequence before turning to face him. "Professor." Her greeting was formal, but the slight softening around her eyes belied the professional distance. "Just Hadrian during training, remember?" he reminded her with a small smile. "How is Yang's detention proceeding?" "Badly." Blake's lips quirked. "Glinda has her repairing the lab without her gauntlets. Last I saw, she was covered in soot and muttering colorful threats against dust crystallization theory. A valuable learning experience, I'm sure." Hadrian moved to the center of the room. "Shall we begin? I thought today we might focus on your shadow clones, specifically, extending their duration and complexity." Blake nodded, immediately focused. "I've been practicing the meditation technique you suggested. It's helped with maintaining concentration during deployment." "Excellent. Show me your current limit." Blake closed her eyes briefly, centering herself before activating her semblance. A perfect duplicate split from her form, moving independently toward the training dummy at the far side of the room. The shadow clone maintained solid form for approximately 15 seconds before dissolving into smoky wisps. "Better," Hadrian observed. "Your control is improving. But I notice you still conceptualize the clone as a separate entity rather than an extension of yourself." Blake tilted her head slightly. "Isn't that what it is? A temporary copy? That's one perspective. But consider this, what if your shadow isn't a copy at all, but rather a manifestation of another aspect of your own being? Like, another version of myself?" "Precisely." Hadrian moved closer, circling her with analytical eyes. "Your semblance is unique, Blake. It doesn't merely create decoys, it manifests fragments of your aura in physical form. With proper understanding, those fragments could be much more than momentary distractions." He demonstrated by conjuring a nonverbal Patronus, modified to appear as a silvery aura construct rather than the obvious stag form, that moved with purpose around the room before dissolving. "My semblance," he explained carefully, "allows me to create projections that carry intent and purpose. The principle is similar to your shadow clones, but with greater independence and duration." Blake watched the fading silver wisps with fascination. "How do I make that transition? From temporary copies to purposeful projections?" "It begins with how you conceptualize your own identity." Hadrian chose his words carefully, touching on principles that bridged his magical understanding with remnants or a theory. Most people see themselves as singular and unified, one coherent being. But in truth, we all contain multitudes. Different aspects of ourselves that emerge in different contexts. Blake's amber eyes sharpened with interest. "You mean like how I'm different when I'm fighting versus when I'm reading? Or how I act differently with different people?" "Exactly. Now imagine if each of those aspects could be externalized, given temporary form." Hadrian paced as he explained, drawing on both his magical education and the ancient wizard's understanding of aura manipulation. "Your shadow clones already take on basic properties. They can appear to be struck, they maintain your appearance. But with deeper connection to these different aspects of yourself, They could do more. Like what? Blake asked, clearly intrigued. Like carrying out complex actions independently. Maintaining form even when you're focusing elsewhere. Perhaps even utilizing different fighting styles or equipment. Blake's eyes widened slightly. That would be incredibly useful. She paused, considering something. But wouldn't that require dividing my aura further? Jan says I already push too close to depletion when I use multiple clones in extended combat. A valid concern, Hadrian acknowledged. Which is why we need to address not just the technique, but the underlying conception. He stopped pacing and faced her directly. What do you feel when you create a shadow clone? Blake considered the question seriously. Relief, usually. It means I've created an escape opportunity. Safety. So your clones represent refuge. Protection. Hadrian nodded thoughtfully. That's powerful, but limited. What if they could represent more? Aspects of yourself you keep hidden or rarely express? Something flickered in Blake's expression, a momentary vulnerability quickly masked. I'm not sure what you mean. Hadrian recognized the deflection. He'd employed similar tactics throughout his youth when uncomfortable truths pressed too close. With Blake, he sensed, the direct approach would only reinforce her defenses. Let me demonstrate differently, he said, changing tactics. With a fluid motion, he transfigured the floor before them, creating a reflective surface like polished obsidian. Look at your reflection, but don't focus on the surface details. See deeper, to the aura beneath. Blake gave him a skeptical look but complied, staring at her reflection in the black mirror. Hadrian moved behind her, his voice dropping to a quieter register. Your aura isn't just energy, it's your soul made manifest. Every experience, every choice, every fear and hope shapes it. He placed his hands lightly on her shoulders, using his own aura to create a resonance that would help her perceive more clearly. Now think of a time when you were someone different than you are now. When circumstances forced you to be someone else. The reflection in the obsidian surface shimmered, and for a brief moment Blake's image changed. Her bow disappeared, revealing feline ears, and her outfit transformed to a white fanged uniform, stark white mask in hand. Blake flinched visibly, pulling away from both Hadrian and the reflection. How did you? I didn't, Hadrian said softly, dispelling the transfiguration immediately. That was you. Your aura showing an aspect of yourself, one you've tried to leave behind, but which remains part of who you are. Blake's expression hardened, amber eyes flashing with a mixture of fear and anger. If you know about my past, why haven't you reported it to Ashpin? To the authorities? Because your past is your own to reveal or conceal, Hadrian replied simply. And because I understand what it means to have parts of yourself you wish to leave behind. Do you? The question came with a challenging edge. More than you might imagine. Hadrian held her gaze steadily. I've been many things in my life, Blake. Some I'm proud of, others I'm not. But denying those aspects of myself never made them disappear. It only weakened my understanding of who I truly am. A tense silence stretched between them. Hadrian waited, giving Blake space to process what had happened. Finally, she spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. How long have you known? I suspected from our first meeting, Hadrian admitted. Confirmed it during our early training sessions. Your bow moves in ways human accessories don't, and your fighting style contains elements of traditional faunus combat forms. Blake's hand moved unconsciously toward her bow. Does anyone else know? I believe your team knows, or at least suspects. Others? Hadrian shrugged. I couldn't say. And you don't care? That I was white fanged? I care about who you are choosing to be now, Hadrian said firmly. The past matters, but it doesn't define us unless we allow it to. The words echoed across his own lifetimes, choices he had made, identities he had assumed and discarded. Harry Potter, the boy who lived. The chosen one. Master of death. The ancient wizard, creator of magic and remnant. Teacher, mentor, lover, betrayed and betrayer in turn. Blake studied him with new intensity, as if seeing beyond his careful professor persona for the first time. You sound like you're speaking from experience. I am. Hadrian moved to retrieve his staff, needing the familiar weight in his hands. In ways I can't fully explain. But I understand what it means to be marked by circumstances beyond your control, to have others define you by a single aspect of your existence. Something shifted in Blake's expression, a recognition, perhaps, of genuine understanding rather than mere sympathy. The white fan wasn't always violent, she said quietly, testing how much she could reveal. It started as a peaceful organization fighting for equality, for justice, and then changed under new leadership. Hadrian nodded. History is full of righteous causes corrupted by those who believe the ends justify any means. I left when the methods became unacceptable. Blake's hands clenched at her sides. But sometimes I wonder if I should have stayed and fought harder for the original vision. If running away just made me a coward. There's a difference between running away and choosing a different path to the same goal. Hadrian pointed out gently. From what I've observed, you haven't abandoned your principles, just found a different way to uphold them. Blake considered this, tension gradually easing from her posture. So what does this have to do with my shadow clones? Everything. Hadrian smiled slightly, appreciating her return to the practical. Your semblance manifests aspects of yourself. Currently, it's limited by how you conceptualize those aspects, primarily as decoys, as escape routes. But what if you embraced all the parts of yourself, including those you've tried to leave behind? Understanding dawned in Blake's eyes. You're saying my former identity, my experiences with the White Fang, could strengthen my semblance rather than being something to suppress. Precisely. Not just that identity, but all the roles you play, student, teammate, fighter, reader, friend. Each contains unique strengths, perspectives, skills. Hadrian stepped back, giving her space. Try creating a clone now, but instead of thinking of it as a copy or a decoy, imagine it as the part of you that survived in the White Fang, determined, principled, unflinching. Blake hesitated, then closed her eyes. When she activated her semblance this time, the shadow that split from her form seemed more substantial, more present. It moved with different body language, more aggressive stance, shoulders squared with absolute confidence. And it lasted nearly 30 seconds before dissolving. That's... Blake stared at the spot where her clone had stood, amber eyes wide with surprise. A significant improvement, Hadrian confirmed with satisfaction. And that's just the beginning. With practice, you could manifest different aspects for different situations: the strategic reader, the loyal teammate, the determined activist. It feels different, Blake admitted. Less draining, somehow. Because you're drawing on existing parts of yourself rather than trying to create something separate. Hadrian explained. Integration rather than division. Blake was quiet for a moment, processing the implications. When she looked up, her expression had softened into something more vulnerable than Hadrian had yet seen from her. Thank you, she said simply. Not just for the technique, but for... She struggled to find the words. Understanding. Hadrian supplied quietly. We all need that sometimes. The moment stretched between them, a connection deeper than teacher and student, more complex than mere friendship. There was recognition there. Two souls who had experienced what it meant to be defined by others, to fight against expectations and prejudice, to carry burdens others couldn't see. The training room door burst open, shattering the moment. Good morning. Yang's exuberant voice echoed through the space as she bounded in, still wearing her uniform with sleeves rolled up and smudges of cleaning solution on her arms. Guess who finished detention early by being awesome at cleaning? Blake rolled her eyes, but the fondness in her expression was unmistakable. I thought Glinda sentenced you to the full morning. She did, but then Ashpan came by and said something about resourcefulness being its own reward when he saw my cleaning system. Yang grinned triumphantly. I think he was impressed by my dust absorption technique. Or perhaps he needed Professor Goodwitch for more pressing matters. Hadrian suggested mildly, though he noted the information with interest. Ashpan interrupting a detention was unusual, potentially confirming his suspicion that something significant was developing. Yang shrugged cheerfully. Either way, I'm free. What did I miss? You guys look all intense. We were working on my semblance, Blake said, composure fully restored. Hadrian showed me how to make my shadow clones more effective. Oh? Yang's eyebrows rose with interest. Show me. As Blake demonstrated her improved technique, Hadrian observed the easy camaraderie between the partners. Yang's boisterous energy might have seemed at odds with Blake's reserved nature, yet they balanced each other perfectly, light and shadow in harmonious counterpoint. The remainder of the training session focused on integrating Yang into the shadow clone tactics, developing coordinated maneuvers that leveraged both her raw power and Blake's new capabilities. By the time they finished, all three were breathing hard but satisfied with the progress. That was incredible, Yang exclaimed, collapsing dramatically onto a bench. The way Blake's clone drew the attack while I came in from below? Perfect ambush tactic. It will be even more effective when you're able to coordinate without verbal cues, Hadrian noted, checking the time. Unfortunately, I have a class to teach in 15 minutes. And we have grim studies with Port, Blake said, barely suppressing a grimace. Try to stay awake this time. Yang teased, nudging her partner's shoulder. Your snoring during his Nevermore story last week was not subtle. I do not snore, Blake protested with dignity. Like a tiny, adorable chainsaw, Yang insisted, making rumbling noises until Blake shoved her playfully. Hadrian found himself smiling at their interaction. I'll see you both at tomorrow's regular session, then? Perhaps with Miss Rose and Miss Schnee as well, if they're interested. Ruby would love that. Yang agreed enthusiastically. She's been begging for details after every session. Weiss pretends she's not interested, but I've caught her taking notes when I demonstrate moves. As they gathered their gear and prepared to leave, Yang suddenly stopped, turning back to Hadrian with uncharacteristic hesitation. Professor, Hadrian, I was wondering. She glanced at Blake, who gave a nearly imperceptible nod of encouragement. There's a festival in Vale this weekend. Cultural exchange thing with performers from all 4 kingdoms. Blake and I were planning to go, and well, we thought maybe you might want to join us. Get out of Beacon for something besides crime fighting for once? The invitation caught Hadrian by surprise. His social interactions since arriving in Remnant had been largely limited to professional contexts, teaching, meetings with Oshpin and the faculty, his investigations in Vale. The thought of a purely recreational outing was both appealing and slightly disconcerting. That's very kind of you to offer, he said carefully. You don't have to if it's weird, Yang added quickly. I mean, you're our professor and everything, but also kind of our friend. And you never seem to do anything fun, so… What Yang is trying to say, Blake interjected with a pointed look at her partner, is that we've appreciated your mentorship and thought you might enjoy experiencing some of Vale's cultural activities outside an academic context. Hadrian considered the invitation. Professional boundaries were important, but these weren't ordinary circumstances. And there was something about Blake and Yang that transcended conventional relationships, a connection he couldn't quite define but increasingly couldn't ignore. I would be delighted to join you, he decided. Assuming no emergencies arise. Yang's face lit up with genuine pleasure. Great! Saturday at noon? We can meet at the airship docks. Saturday at noon, Hadrian confirmed with a nod. As they parted ways, Hadrian found himself looking forward to the outing with unexpected eagerness. It had been a long time, across 2 lifetimes, since he had simply enjoyed an afternoon in good company without the weight of duty or destiny pressing down. That thought sobered him as he made his way to his classroom. Attachments had always been both his greatest strength and most devastating vulnerability. In his first life as Harry Potter, love had saved him repeatedly, yet also led to his greatest suffering when those he cared for were endangered or lost. The ancient wizard's memories were more fragmented, but the emotional echo of profound loss, of Salem, of the original maidens he had come to see as daughters, resonated through centuries. Forming personal connections with Blake and Yang wasn't just unprofessional, it was potentially dangerous for all involved. Yet, as he entered his classroom to find eager students awaiting his instruction, Hadrian couldn't bring himself to regret the developing bond. Perhaps, in this new life, he could find a balance between duty and personal connection that had eluded him before. For now, he had a class to teach and later, a long-overdue investigation into what Ashbin was hiding beneath Beacon Academy. The faculty meeting ran longer than expected, dominated by preparations for the upcoming Vital Festival. Professors argued good-naturedly about scheduling, security protocols, and which teams should be recommended for the tournament. Glinda maintained order with practiced efficiency, while Ashbin observed more than participated, his attention seemingly elsewhere. When they finally adjourned, Hadrian lingered, waiting for the private meeting Ashbin had requested. The headmaster caught his eye and nodded toward his tower office, indicating he should follow. The elevator ride was silent, Ashbin sipping from his ever-present mug while Hadrian gathered his thoughts. Something had shifted in their dynamics since their first encounter, a growing wariness on both sides, tempered by mutual respect and the pragmatic recognition of their shared goals, if not methods. As the elevator doors opened to Ashbin's clockwork sanctuary, Hadrian noticed immediately that they weren't alone. A man in a white military uniform stood by the window, hands clasped behind his back as he gazed out at the academy grounds. At their entrance he turned, revealing a stern face with precisely trimmed hair and the rigid posture of someone who had spent a lifetime in command. "General Ironwood," Ashbin said by way of introduction. "May I present Professor Hadrian Peveril, our new combat instructor. The mysterious expert who appeared from nowhere." Ironwood's voice carried the crisp accent of Atlas, his blue eyes analytical as they assessed Hadrian. "Ashbin has been quite circumspect about your background, General." Hadrian inclined his head politely, meeting the man's scrutiny without flinching. "I understand discretion can be frustrating for military minds accustomed to complete intelligence." A flash of surprise crossed Ironwood's features before he chuckled dryly. "Direct, aren't you? Refreshing compared to some present company." Ashbin sighed, taking a seat behind his desk. "Now that the pleasantries are concluded, perhaps we might address the reason for this meeting?" Ironwood nodded, his expression turning grave. "We've detected unusual activity in Mountain Glen. Significant grim movements, coordinated in ways that suggest influence." "Salem," Hadrian stated flatly, watching both men's reactions. Ironwood's eyes narrowed. "So Ashbin has briefed you fully. Professor Peveril's knowledge of our adversary comes from unique sources," Ashbin said carefully. "He has proven himself a valuable ally." "And yet you've kept him separate from the rest of your inner circle," Ironwood observed shrewdly. "Why?" "A fair question," Hadrian interjected before Ashbin could respond. "One I've wondered myself." Ashbin set down his mug, expression inscrutable. Integration of new assets requires careful consideration, especially when those assets possess capabilities that could disrupt established dynamics. The diplomatic non-answer was typical of Ashbin, but Hadrian sensed something deeper beneath the evasion, a hesitation that went beyond mere caution. "What Ashbin isn't saying," Ironwood stated bluntly, "is that your abilities raise questions neither of us can answer. Questions about the nature of aura, semblance, and potentially the very foundations of how we understand magic and remnant. The direct acknowledgement of magic, a subject typically shrouded in myth and metaphor even among Ashbin's trusted circle, caught Hadrian by surprise. "The general has been fully briefed on all aspects of our situation," Ashbin explained, noting Hadrian's reaction. "Including the existence of true magic beyond semblances and dust manipulation." "Then you know about the maidens," Hadrian said to Ironwood. "The relics. Salem's immortality." "I do." Ironwood's posture remained rigid, but something in his expression softened slightly. "Which is why I've been advocating for a more direct approach to our defenses. James believes a show of military strength will deter Salem's agents," Ashbin explained, his tone suggesting long-standing disagreement. "I maintain that such displays merely accelerate her timetable. While you two debate strategy, her forces are gathering," Hadrian pointed out. "Mountain Glen is barely 20 miles from Vale's walls. If she's establishing a staging area there, that's precisely my concern. Ironwood interrupted. Which is why I've brought the Atlesian fleet to Vale, despite Ashbin's objections. Hadrian blinked in surprise. Fleet? I haven't seen any warships in Vale's airspace. They arrive tomorrow, Ashbin said, a hint of resignation in his voice. Along with additional Atlesian night security forces for the vital festival. The implications were clear. Ironwood was preparing for conflict, positioning his forces to defend Vale while simultaneously sending a message to Salem's agents. A bold move, potentially effective but equally likely to provoke accelerated action from their adversaries. And you want my assessment? Hadrian concluded, understanding now why Ashbin had arranged this meeting. Your unique perspective could be valuable. Ashbin acknowledged. Particularly given your recent investigations into the dust robberies and white fang activities. Hadrian considered carefully, drawing on both his experiences as head Auror and the ancient wizard's strategic insights. Military presence has advantages and disadvantages. It may deter opportunistic attacks, but won't stop determined infiltration. It might even provide cover for it. A fleet is a visible target, easily avoided. Your real security weakness is subtlety. Ironwood frowned. Meaning? Salem doesn't need to defeat your army if she can achieve her goals without engaging it. Hadrian explained. The dust robberies, white fang recruitment, isolated incidents that seem unconnected, these suggest infiltration rather than invasion. She's positioning pieces for a specific objective. The relic? Ashbin said quietly. Most likely. Hadrian glanced at the floor meaningfully. Which raises questions about its current security that I'd been meaning to discuss. Tension crackled in the air as Ashbin and Ironwood exchanged glances. How much do you know about the vault? Ashbin asked carefully. Only what the ancient wizard's memories tell me, fragmentary images of 4 chambers built to house artifacts of immense power. And that one such chamber exists beneath this very tower. Hadrian met Ashbin's gaze directly. What I don't know is whether the security protocols established millennia ago remain adequate against modern threats. The vault is secure, Ironwood stated with absolute confidence. Access requires a specific key that Salem cannot obtain. A key? Hadrian frowned. The original design called for guardians, the maidens, not keys. Another significant look passed between Ashbin and Ironwood, confirming Hadrian's suspicion that they weren't being entirely forthcoming. The system has evolved over time, Ashbin said carefully. Adaptations to changing circumstances. Circumstances like the compromise or loss of a maiden? Hadrian pressed, recalling fragments of the ancient wizard's anguish at the thought of his gifted ones falling to darkness or death. Ashbin's silence was answer enough. I see. Hadrian's voice cooled slightly. And the current Fall Maiden? Is she secure? That, Ironwood said gravely, is precisely the problem we're facing. Over the next half hour, Ashbin and Ironwood outlined the situation with Amber, the current Fall Maiden, attacked by unknown assailants, her power partially stolen through means they couldn't explain, her body now maintained in stasis while they sought a solution. Hadrian listened with growing concern, the implications cascading through his mind. The ancient wizard had never envisioned the possibility of powers being stolen rather than transferred through final thoughts. Such a development suggested capabilities beyond even Salem's known abilities. Show me, he said finally. I need to see her condition for myself. Ashbin hesitated, then nodded. Very well. But first, I must ask something of you in return. What? Your assessment of certain students who may play crucial roles in what's to come. Ashbin's gaze was penetrating. Particularly Team RWBY. Hadrian tensed, immediately wary. What about them? Their unusual capabilities have not gone unnoticed. Ironwood stated. Miss Rose's silver eyes. Miss Schnee's exceptional semblance development. And particularly Miss Belladonna's and Miss Xiao Long's rapid advancement under your tutelage. They're talented students. Hadrian replied neutrally. Dedicated to improvement. They're more than that. Ashbin said quietly. And I believe you've sensed it as well. A resonance between your aura and theirs. Particularly with Miss Belladonna and Miss Xiao. The observation struck too close to Hadrian's private thoughts. The strange connection he'd felt during their joint apparition, the sense of familiarity that transcended their brief acquaintance. What are you suggesting? He asked, keeping his voice level despite the surge of protectiveness he felt. Merely that destiny rarely arranges such confluences by accident. Ashbin replied. Your arrival in Remnant, their presence at Beacon, these events may be more interconnected than they appear. You think they're connected to my appearance here? The possibility had occurred to Hadrian, but hearing it voiced by Ashbin, who clearly had his own agenda, triggered immediate wariness. I think, Ashbin said carefully, that the ancient wizard's return to Remnant at this precise moment in history is unlikely to be coincidental. Particularly given the unique resonance you share with two students who happen to be positioned at the center of unfolding events. What Ashbin is dancing around, Ironwood interjected with characteristic bluntness, is whether these students can be trusted with greater knowledge, whether they might be recruited to our cause. Hadrian's response was immediate and firm. No. Both men looked at him in surprise. No, he repeated. They're students, barely adults, with their own paths to follow. I won't have them drafted into a shadow war they can't possibly understand. Even if that war will find them regardless? Ashbin asked quietly. Even then. Hadrian insisted, memories of his own youth, manipulated, positioned, guided toward a confrontation orchestrated long before his birth, burning bright in his mind. If and when they need to know more, it should be their choice, not a burden thrust upon them because it's convenient for our plans. Ironwood looked like he wanted to argue, but Ashbin raised a hand, studying Hadrian with new intensity. You speak from experience, the headmaster observed. Not just the ancient wizard's memories, but your own. Hadrian didn't deny it. I know what it means to have prophecy and expectation shape your life before you're old enough to choose your own path. I won't be part of inflicting that on another generation. A long silence followed his declaration. Finally, Ashbin nodded slowly. Very well. We will respect your position on this matter for now. He rose from his desk. Come. I'll show you to the vault. Perhaps your unique perspective might offer insights we've overlooked. As they moved toward the elevator, Hadrian couldn't shake the feeling that he had just crossed an invisible line, aligning himself with Blake and Yang's interests over Ashbin's broader strategy. The implications of that choice remained to be seen, but one thing was certain: the game was becoming more complex, and the stakes higher, with each passing day. The festival grounds sprawled across Vale's Central Park, a vibrant tapestry of colors, sounds, and scents from across Remnant. Banners representing the four kingdoms fluttered in the gentle breeze, while performers demonstrated traditional dances and martial arts from cultures as diverse as Mistral's mountain clans and Vacuo's desert tribes. Hadrian arrived at the airship docks precisely at noon on Saturday, dressed in casual civilian attire. Dark trousers and a forest green shirt that Yang had once commented brought out his eyes. His staff, transfigured into an innocuous walking stick, was his only concession to caution. Blake spotted him first, raising a hand in greeting from where she and Yang waited near the boarding area. Both had likewise shed their combat gear in favor of casual clothes, Blake in a simple white sundress with a black cardigan, Yang in fitted jeans and a yellow top that left her shoulders bare. You made it! Yang called cheerfully as he approached. We were taking bets on whether some emergency would drag you away at the last minute. I believe the criminal element of Vale can survive without my attention for one afternoon, Hadrian replied with a smile. Though I did have to convince Ashbin that my presence wasn't required for some administrative matter he suddenly deemed urgent. Suspicious timing, Blake observed with a raised eyebrow. Almost as if he didn't want you attending a cultural festival with students. Ashbin has concerns about appropriate boundaries, Hadrian admitted as they boarded the airship. Though I assured him this outing was purely educational, an opportunity to observe cultural exchange in action. Yang snorted. Right. because nothing says educational like cotton candy and rigged carnival games. I'm quite serious about the educational value. Hadrian insisted, though his eyes betrayed his amusement. Understanding diverse cultures is essential for effective huntsman operations across kingdom boundaries. In that case, Blake said with mock solemnity, we should definitely start with a comprehensive survey of international cuisine. For educational purposes. Absolutely. Yang agreed enthusiastically. I heard the Mistral Food Pavilion has those spicy noodles you like, Blake. The airship journey passed pleasantly, conversation flowing with surprising ease given their typically more structured interactions. Outside the context of Beacon, the age and status differences between them seemed to diminish, allowing for a more natural dynamic to emerge. As they disembarked in Vale, Hadrian was struck by how different the city looked during a festival, buildings decorated with flowers and lanterns, streets closed to vehicle traffic and filled instead with pedestrians from all walks of life. The tension that had lingered since the dust robberies seemed temporarily lifted, replaced by collective celebration. Where shall we begin our educational survey? He asked as they joined the flow of people heading toward the festival grounds. Food first, Yang declared decisively. I'm starving, and everyone knows you can't properly appreciate culture on an empty stomach. Blake nodded agreement. The international pavilions should be this way. They navigated through the growing crowds, Yang occasionally grabbing Blake's hand or Hadrian's sleeve to keep them together in particularly congested areas. The casual contact felt natural, comfortable in a way Hadrian hadn't experienced since his previous life. The international food pavilions formed a circle around the central performance area, each representing a kingdom's culinary traditions. They started at Mistral, where Blake indeed ordered spicy noodles while Yang opted for grilled skewers with some alarmingly red sauce. Hadrian selected dumplings that reminded him vaguely of food he'd encountered during his travels as an orar. So, Yang said between bites as they found seats near a performance stage, how does Vale's festival compare to others you've seen in your mysterious travels? The question was typical Yang, direct but good-natured, her curiosity about his background a recurring theme in their conversations. It has its own charm, Hadrian replied, considering how to answer honestly without revealing too much. Though I've seen celebrations in places where magic, or dust, rather, plays a more central role in the festivities. Like Atlas? Blake asked. I've heard their light shows are impressive. Among others, Hadrian nodded. There are traditions in certain remote villages that maintain practices dating back to before the Great War, rituals that mainstream society has largely forgotten. That sounds fascinating. Blake's eyes lit with genuine interest. Are there books about these traditions? I haven't found much in Beacon's library. Such knowledge tends to be preserved orally rather than in texts, Hadrian explained, drawing on the ancient wizards' fragmented memories of early human settlements after the gods' departure. Communities protecting their heritage from outsiders who might misunderstand or misuse it. Like how dust techniques were originally clan secrets before the SDC standardized everything. Yang observed, surprising both Blake and Hadrian with her historical knowledge. What? I pay attention in some classes. Their conversation paused as the performance stage came to life, a troupe of dancers from Vacuo executing impossibly athletic movements that incorporated elements of combat forms into traditional rhythms. The lead dancer, a woman with intricate tattoos spiraling up her arms, manipulated fire dust in sweeping arcs that left trails of golden light in the air. Hadrian watched with appreciation, recognizing techniques that bridged the gap between art and combat. Beside him, Blake leaned forward slightly, amber eyes tracking the precise movements with analytical interest, while Yang's expression showed pure enjoyment of the spectacle. That was amazing, Yang declared as the performance concluded to enthusiastic applause. Imagine fighting with that kind of style. Half your opponents would be too busy watching the pretty lights to defend themselves. It's not just aesthetic, Blake pointed out. Did you notice how the formations created defensive perimeters while maintaining offensive capability? There's practical application behind the beauty. Which is true of most enduring traditions, Hadrian added. Practices that survive for generations typically serve multiple purposes, cultural preservation, practical skills training, and community bonding. Yang grinned at them both. You two are such nerds. It's cute. Blake rolled her eyes, but the slight smile playing at her lips betrayed her amusement. Just because you appreciate something on a deeper level, oh, I appreciate things deeply. Yang interrupted, waggling her eyebrows suggestively. I just don't feel the need to analyze the tactical advantages of dance moves while enjoying the show. Speaking of enjoying things without analysis, Hadrian interjected, spotting an opportunity to lighten the mood. I believe I see carnival games in that direction. Perhaps a test of skill is in order? Yang immediately brightened. Now you're talking. I bet I can win more prizes than both of you combined. A bold claim. Hadrian replied with mock seriousness. Shall we test it? What followed was 2 hours of increasingly competitive carnival games, ring tosses, strength tests, target shooting, and more. Yang excelled at games requiring raw power, smashing the high striker with such force that the carnival worker looked genuinely concerned for his equipment. Blake dominated precision challenges, her natural agility and keen eyesight making short work of even the most obviously rigged target games. Hadrian, for his part, found himself thoroughly enjoying the frivolous competition. He deliberately held back in most games, using only mundane skills rather than his enhanced abilities, though he did employ a wandless confundus charm on one particularly unscrupulous game operator who had clearly rigged his ball toss to be impossible. By mid-afternoon, they had accumulated an impressive collection of stuffed animals and trinkets, most of which Yang insisted on carrying herself despite the unwieldy bundle. I think that Nevermore plush is bigger than RWBY, Blake commented as Yang adjusted her armful of prizes. She's going to love it, Yang declared. And Weiss can have the prissy white cat, it has the same disapproving expression. What about you, Blake? Hadrian asked, noticing she had given away most of her winnings to passing children. No prizes you wish to keep? I'm not really one for clutter, she replied with a shrug. Though I am keeping this. She held up a small bookmark with an intricate design of intertwined black and gold patterns. The simple choice struck Hadrian as quintessentially Blake, practical, elegant in its simplicity, yet holding personal meaning. Before he could comment, a commotion near the central pavilion caught their attention. A group of protesters had gathered, holding signs with slogans like, Faunus rights now, and Equality for all. While the demonstration appeared peaceful, festival security guards watched nervously, and some attendees were giving the group a wide berth. Blake's expression shifted subtly, a mixture of approval and concern crossing her features. Friends of yours? Hadrian asked quietly. Not directly, she replied, her voice equally low. But I recognize some of them from equality advocacy groups in Vale. Legitimate activists, not white fang. Yang was watching the protesters with a thoughtful expression. They picked a smart venue, lots of visitors from other kingdoms, media presence for the festival. Maximum visibility. Indeed. Hadrian agreed, impressed by her strategic assessment. Though also maximum risk if tensions escalate. As if summoned by his words, a countergroup began to form, humans with expressions ranging from annoyance to outright hostility, some wearing merchandise bearing the Schnee Dust Company logo. While not explicitly anti-faunus in their signage, their chants about maintaining order and respecting tradition carried unmistakable subtext. This could get ugly. Yang murmured, setting down her prizes and subtly shifting her stance to one better suited for rapid response. Blake's bow twitched as her hidden ears tracked the rising volume from both groups. They're still peaceful, but the security guards are getting nervous. Inexperienced responses often escalate situations. Hadrian observed the scene with growing concern. Festival security appeared undertrained for managing political demonstrations, alternating between looking uncomfortable and overly aggressive in their posturing. The two groups were still separated by about 30 feet of open space, but individuals from both sides were beginning to shout directly at each other. Perhaps we should, Hadrian began, but was interrupted by a loud crackling sound. One of the security guards had activated an electric dust baton, the weapon emitting threatening sparks as he gestured for protesters to disperse. The action immediately raised tensions, voices growing louder as some demonstrators objected to the unnecessary show of force. "That idiot!" Blake hissed, hands clenching at her sides. "He's making it worse." Indeed, the electric baton had triggered visible fear among some Faunus protesters, a reaction Hadrian suspected was connected to specific abuses in their community's history. Several began backing away while others stepped forward protectively, creating confusion within their ranks. The counter-protesters seized on the moment, advancing slightly while shouting about maintaining order. The security guard, apparently interpreting this as support, grew more aggressive in his gestures. "We need to intervene before someone gets hurt," Hadrian decided, mind racing through options. Direct confrontation with authorities could make things worse, but doing nothing wasn't acceptable. Blake moved before either he or Yang could suggest a plan, stepping quickly toward the edge of the confrontation. For a moment, Hadrian feared she would reveal herself as a Faunus and join the protest, a potentially dangerous action given the tensions. Instead, she approached a food vendor cart positioned near the edge of the gathering. With remarkable composure, Blake spoke briefly to the vendor, who looked confused but then nodded. She handed over some lean, took possession of the cart, and wheeled it directly into the open space between the opposing groups. "Free ice cream!" she announced loudly. "Festival special! Complimentary for all attendees!" The unexpected declaration created immediate confusion, interrupting the building confrontation. Several children from both sides immediately perked up at the word "free," tugging on parents' hands and pointing. Yang caught on immediately. "Brilliant!" she murmured to Hadrian before jogging over to join her partner. "Step right up," she called with her most cheerful voice. "Special festival promotion. 1 per person, all flavors available." The security guard with the electric baton looked utterly bewildered by this development, his aggressive posture deflating as the confrontation was disrupted by an impromptu ice cream distribution. Hadrian suppressed a smile as he moved to complete the intervention. Approaching the most senior-looking security official, he adopted the authoritative demeanor he had perfected as head or. "Excellent work maintaining space for the cultural demonstration," he said in a tone that brooked no argument. "The Vale Cultural Affairs Office will note your team's professional handling of the scheduled expression of diverse viewpoints." "Scheduled?" the security lead began, clearly confused. "Of course," Hadrian continued smoothly. "The festival charter explicitly encourages cultural exchange in all forms, including political expression. Your team's role is simply to maintain appropriate space and safety protocols, not to restrict approved activities." He was making this up entirely, but delivered it with such conviction that the security lead nodded uncertainly. "Perhaps distribute your team to form a proper perimeter," Hadrian suggested, "rather than confrontational positioning. Standard protocol for cultural demonstrations." "Right," the lead agreed, seeming relieved to have apparent guidance. Standard protocol. As the security team repositioned themselves in a less threatening formation, Hadrian moved to join Blake and Yang, who were now efficiently distributing ice cream to people from both sides of the protest. The simple act of standing in the same line, receiving the same treat, had created a momentary social reconfiguration that disrupted the confrontational dynamic. "Vanilla for you, sir," Blake was saying politely to a man who had moments earlier been chanting anti-Faunus slogans. "And chocolate for your daughter. Enjoy the festival." This was inspired. Hadrian told her quietly as he took position behind the cart, using a subtle cooling charm to keep the ice cream from melting in the afternoon sun. "Food brings people together," Blake replied with a small shrug. "And it's harder to yell slogans with ice cream in your hand." "Plus," Yang added, handing a cone to a rabbit-eared Faunus child, "who stays angry while eating ice cream? It's scientifically impossible." Over the next 20 minutes, they distributed the entire cart's contents. By the time they finished, the confrontational energy had largely dissipated. Some protesters from both sides had drifted away, while others had formed small mixed groups engaged in actual conversation rather than shouting. The vendor returned to find his cart empty but his money box considerably fuller. Jan had convinced many recipients to donate what they would have paid, resulting in more profit than he would have made selling normally. That was masterfully handled, Hadrian told both women as they walked away from the now peaceful scene. Creative de-escalation without taking sides. Blake's idea was the key, Yang said, throwing an arm around her partner's shoulders. My partner, the secret diplomatic genius. Blake looked uncomfortable with the praise, but a small smile tugged at her lips. I've seen conflict escalation patterns before. Breaking the physical and psychological configuration is usually more effective than confronting either side directly. A lesson many professional peacekeepers never learn. Hadrian noted, genuinely impressed by her instinctive understanding of crowd dynamics. Where did you develop that insight? A shadow crossed Blake's features. Experience, she said simply. Hadrian nodded, understanding the weight behind that single word. Blake's time with the White Fan would have given her intimate knowledge of how protests functioned, how they could turn violent, and how to manage such situations from multiple perspectives. Well, I think we've earned ourselves a break after all that excitement, Jan declared, deftly changing the subject. I heard there's a floating lantern release at sunset. Should be starting in about an hour by the river. That sounds lovely, Hadrian agreed, noting Blake's grateful glance at Jan for the conversation shift. Shall we find somewhere to rest in the meantime? They found a relatively quiet area near the festival's edge, claiming a bench beneath flowering trees. Jan disappeared briefly, returning with drinks for all of them. Sweet tea for Blake because she pretends she doesn't like sugary things but secretly does, coffee for the professor because he's clearly addicted, and strawberry sunset for me because I'm awesome. As they sipped their drinks in comfortable silence, watching festival-goers pass by, Hadrian found himself experiencing something he hadn't felt in a very long time: simple contentment. No immediate threats to address, no world-ending crisis to prevent, just the pleasure of good company and a beautiful day. Thank you, he said suddenly, surprising himself with the words. Both women looked at him curiously. For what? Jan asked. For this. Hadrian gestured vaguely at the festival, at the three of them. For insisting I joined you today. I haven't experienced something like this in a very long time. The admission felt vulnerable in a way he hadn't intended, revealing more of his isolation than he typically allowed. Blake studied him with those perceptive amber eyes. You don't take much time for yourself, do you? There always seems to be something more urgent requiring attention, he admitted. There always will be, Jan said with unexpected seriousness. That's why you have to make time for the good stuff anyway. Otherwise, what's the point of all the fighting? The simple wisdom in her words struck Hadrian deeply. How many times across 2 lifetimes had he postponed joy in service of duty? How often had he told himself that personal happiness could wait until after the next crisis was resolved, only to find another crisis waiting immediately beyond? A perspective I would do well to remember, he acknowledged softly. Something in his tone must have revealed more than he intended, because Yang's expression softened, and she placed a warm hand briefly over his. Hey, that's what friends are for, reminding each other what matters. Her lilac eyes held his for a moment, conveying understanding that went beyond her years. Blake nodded agreement, her own gaze equally perceptive. Balance is essential. Even the most dedicated huntsman needs restoration. The moment stretched between them, weighted with unspoken connection. Hadrian found himself wanting to tell them everything, about Harry Potter and the ancient wizard, about lives lived and lost across dimensions, about the strange resonance he felt with both of them that transcended ordinary friendship. Instead, he simply said, I'm beginning to understand that more clearly, thanks to you both. The conversation might have deepened further, but a series of cheerful chimes echoed through the festival grounds, signaling the beginning of the lantern ceremony. People began moving toward the riverfront in anticipation of the event. We should get good spots, Jan said, gathering their empty cups. The view from the bridge is supposed to be amazing. As they joined the flow of attendees heading toward the river, Hadrian noticed a subtle shift in Blake's demeanor, a new alertness. her bow twitching slightly as her hidden ears tracked something beyond human hearing range. "Blake?" he questioned quietly. "Armed individuals moving through the Northeast Festival entrance," she murmured, keeping her voice low enough that only he and Yang could hear. "Moving with purpose, not casual attendance." Yang tensed beside them. "White Fang?" "Can't tell from here," Blake replied. "But their movement pattern is familiar." Hadrian assessed their options quickly. "How many?" "At least 6 that I can track by footsteps. Possibly more." "Could be nothing," Yang suggested, though her expression had shifted to combat readiness despite her casual stance. "Security detail for a VIP, maybe?" "Perhaps," Hadrian agreed, though his instincts suggested otherwise. "Let's adjust our route to observe without engaging." They altered their path toward the river, taking a less direct route that would intersect with the area Blake had indicated. As they approached, Hadrian extended his magical senses, a technique that blended his wizard's awareness with the ancient wizard's attunement to aura signatures. He detected them immediately, multiple individuals with aura signatures trained for combat, moving with coordinated precision through the crowd. Not White Fang based on Blake's reaction, but definitely not casual festival attendees either. "Atlas military," he murmured in surprise. "Specialists, not regular troops." "What are Legion specialists doing operating covertly at a Veil cultural festival?" Blake wondered, tension evident in her voice. "Nothing good," Yang muttered. "Atlas military never means good news." As they rounded a decorative hedge, they caught sight of the operatives, men and women in civilian clothes that couldn't quite hide their military bearing, communicating via discreet earpieces. "They're establishing a perimeter," Hadrian observed, noting their positioning. "Standard protection formation." "But protecting what?" Blake's question was answered almost immediately as a sleek black vehicle pulled up to the festival's VIP entrance. The door opened to reveal a man whose image was instantly recognizable, tall, imposing, with white hair and cold blue eyes that matched the snowflake emblem discreetly pinned to his immaculate white suit. "Jacques Schnee," Yang breathed. "Weiss's father." "The SDC president himself," Blake added, her voice taking on an edge Hadrian hadn't heard before. "Making a surprise appearance at a festival where faunus rights protesters just happened to be demonstrating." "That can't be coincidence," Yang agreed. "But why would he?" "Publicity," Hadrian supplied, watching as photographers who had seemingly materialized from nowhere began capturing Jacques' arrival. The protests created a scenario where his appearance can be framed as either courageous defiance or magnanimous tolerance, depending on the audience. Blake's expression darkened. "Using faunus activism as a publicity prop. Typical." Jacques moved through the entrance, flanked by security and greeted by festival officials who appeared simultaneously honored and terrified by his unexpected arrival. His expression remained imperious, acknowledging the deference as his natural due. "We should go," Yang suggested, noting Blake's increasingly tense posture. "The lantern ceremony, you two go ahead," Blake said suddenly. "Save us spots. I need to check something." Before either could respond, she slipped into the crowd with the fluid grace that made her nearly impossible to track when she wished to disappear. "Blake, wait!" Yang called, but she was already gone. "This isn't good," Hadrian murmured, concern mounting. "Jacques Schnee represents everything the White Fang opposes. If Blake is recognized by either his security or any White Fang sympathizers who might be watching, she wouldn't do anything reckless," Yang insisted, though worry creased her brow. "She's just gathering intelligence, probably." "Let's hope so." Hadrian scanned the crowd, catching a glimpse of black hair and a white cardigan moving purposefully toward the path Jacques would likely take through the festival. "But perhaps we should provide backup regardless." Yang nodded immediately. "Lead the way." They followed Blake's trail through the increasingly dense crowd, maintaining enough distance to avoid alerting her to their presence while keeping her in sight. Jacques Schnee and his entourage were moving toward the central pavilion, where a small stage had been set up for cultural presentations. "He's going to make a speech," Yang realized. hijacking the festival for SDC propaganda, creating a narrative about unity and cooperation while demonstrating power. Hadrian agreed grimly. Effective political theater. Blake had positioned herself near the edge of the gathering crowd, partially concealed by a decorative column but with clear line of sight to the stage. Her posture was controlled, but Hadrian could read tension in every line of her body. "I don't think she's planning anything direct," Hadrian observed quietly, more likely observing for future reference. "Still, let's get closer," Yang suggested. "Just in case." Her words cut off as a commotion erupted near the stage. A festival official had been attempting to introduce Jacques when a single voice cut through the ambient noise. "Jacques, she profits from Fauna's slavery." The accusation, delivered with cold precision rather than emotional shouting, created an immediate hush. Heads turned, seeking the source, as Jacques' security detail moved into protective formation around him. Blake hadn't moved, wasn't the one who had spoken. Instead, a tall, faunous woman with prominent antlers stood at the edge of the stage, her posture regal despite the festival's security guards now moving toward her. "The Schnee Dust Company operates mines where faunous workers die daily from unsafe conditions," she continued, her voice carrying clearly across the suddenly silent space. "While children in Atlas enjoy dust-powered luxuries, faunous children in SDC Company towns grow up breathing toxic particles, watching their parents return home broken from 16-hour shifts." Jacques' expression remained impassive, though a muscle twitched in his jaw. He signaled to his security detail, who seemed uncertain whether to remove the woman themselves or allow festival security to handle the situation. Hadrian watched Blake carefully, noting how she had shifted position slightly, not moving to join the protest, but repositioning for better observation of both Jacques and the faunous woman. Her hand hadn't moved toward her concealed weapon, but tension radiated from her stance. "If she gets involved, this could escalate quickly," Hadrian murmured to Yang. "Blake's smarter than that," Yang replied, though she too was watching her partner with concern. "She knows direct confrontation would accomplish nothing." The standoff continued for several tense seconds before Jacques finally spoke, his voice cultured and dismissive. "This woman clearly requires medical attention," he said to the festival officials, not deigning to address the protester directly. "My company would be happy to provide for her care. Mental health services are so important, especially for the disadvantaged." The calculated response, framing legitimate protest as mental illness, while positioning himself as magnanimously concerned, was political maneuvering at its most insidious. Several onlookers nodded in agreement, while others looked uncomfortable but remained silent. The faunous woman's expression hardened. "Your charity is as false as your concern for your workers, Jacques Schnee. The people know the truth, even if the media won't report it." As security finally moved to escort her away, she locked eyes with Jacques one last time. "The White Fang remembers every injury, every death, every child left parentless by your greed." The implied threat sent ripples of unease through the crowd. Atlas security immediately tightened their formation around Jacques, while festival attendees began edging away from the confrontation. Hadrian watched as Blake's posture shifted subtly, a coiling of muscle that suggested she might be preparing to move. Whether to intervene or withdraw, he couldn't be certain. "Yang," he said quietly, "be ready to create a distraction if needed." "Way ahead of you," she replied, her hands already positioned to activate her gauntlets concealed beneath her jacket sleeves. Before either could act, however, Blake did something unexpected. Instead of moving toward the confrontation or slipping away, she pulled out her scroll and began recording, capturing both the protester being forcibly removed and Jacques' smug expression as he prepared to take the stage. "Evidence," Yang murmured with dawning understanding. "She's gathering evidence, not planning intervention." The realization eased Hadrian's immediate concern, though the situation remained volatile. Jacques began a clearly prepared speech about cooperation between kingdoms and the importance of cultural understanding, his earlier dismissal of the protester apparently forgotten. Blake continued recording for several minutes, capturing not just Jacques' words but the reactions of the crowd, the skepticism of Faunus attendees, the uncomfortable shifting of many humans, the uncritical acceptance of others. When she finally lowered her scroll and began moving away from the pavilion, Hadrian and Yang exchanged looks of relief. They intercepted her at a junction of pathways far enough from the speech to talk without being overheard. "Blake," Yang began, concern evident in her voice. "Are you okay?" Blake looked momentarily surprised to see them, then understanding dawned in her eyes. "You followed me. We were concerned," Hadrian explained simply. "That was a potentially volatile situation. I wasn't going to do anything rash," Blake said, a defensive edge in her tone. "I'm not that impulsive." "We know," Yang assured her quickly. "We just wanted to be nearby in case anything happened." Blake's expression softened slightly. "I appreciate the concern, but it wasn't necessary. I was just documenting. The press won't report what actually happened. They'll frame it as a disruption without context, if they mention it at all. And your recording provides that context." Hadrian nodded, impressed by her strategic thinking. "For what purpose?" "Independent media," Blake replied. "There are journalists who report on Faunus issues without corporate filtering. They can use footage like this to counter the official narrative." "Smart," Yang said approvingly. "Better than confrontation. Confrontation would accomplish nothing except reinforcing stereotypes about violent Faunus protesters." Blake agreed, her gaze drifting back toward the pavilion where Xiao continued his speech. "That woman made her point more effectively with words alone." Hadrian studied Blake thoughtfully, seeing in her approach echoes of his own evolution, from the impulsive, often reactionary tactics of his youth to the more strategic methods he had developed as head orator. "You understand the power of perception in conflict." "I've learned its importance," Blake said quietly, amber eyes meeting his with a depth of experience that belied her years. "Sometimes the most important battles are fought in the public consciousness, not on physical battlefields." The insight struck Hadrian deeply. Here was wisdom he had taken decades to acquire, already evident in someone so young. Blake had experienced enough conflict to understand its complexities without becoming cynical or losing sight of her principles. "The lantern ceremony should be starting soon," Yang interjected, glancing at her scroll. "We can still make it if we hurry." Blake hesitated, looking back toward Jacques' speech. "You two go ahead." "I should. You've done what you can here," Hadrian said gently. "And some moments of beauty are worth witnessing, even in imperfect times." Yang nodded agreement, linking her arm through Blake's. "He's right. And I'm not taking no for an answer. Consider it an official team decision. Time for lanterns." A small smile finally broke through Blake's serious expression. "Fine. But I'm sending this footage tonight." "Of course," Yang agreed cheerfully. After lanterns. As they hurried toward the riverfront, Hadrian reflected on what he had observed, not just Blake's growth and strategic thinking, but the natural balance between her and Yang. Where Blake might have remained to document further injustice, Yang provided the counterweight that reminded her to also experience joy. And where Yang might have confronted Jacques' security directly, Blake's influence encouraged more strategic approaches. They reached the riverside just as the ceremony began, finding a spot on a bridge that offered an excellent view of the proceedings. Festival staff distributed paper lanterns to attendees, delicate constructions of paper and bamboo, with small dust crystals that would provide gentle illumination. "They're beautiful," Blake murmured, examining the intricate designs painted on her lantern. "It's a tradition from Mistral," Hadrian explained, accepting his own lantern. "Originally to honor ancestors and guide their spirits, though now it's more commonly associated with wishes for the future." "So we're supposed to make a wish?" Yang asked, already preparing to light her lantern's dust crystal. "That's the idea," Hadrian confirmed. "Though traditionally, the wishes remain private, speaking them aloud is thought to prevent their fulfillment." As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple, a ceremonial gong sounded. Across the riverfront, thousands of people simultaneously activated their lanterns, which began to glow with soft, multicolored light. On the third gong, we release them, Hadrian instructed quietly. They stood together in comfortable silence, each holding their illuminated lantern, waiting for the signal. When the third gong sounded, they released their lanterns in unison, watching as they joined thousands of others rising into the twilight sky. The effect was breathtaking, a river of light flowing upward, carrying hopes and wishes into the darkening heavens. The crowd fell silent in collective appreciation of the spectacle, even children quieting to watch the ascending lights. Standing between Blake and Yang on the bridge, watching their upturned faces illuminated by the gentle glow of rising lanterns, Hadrian felt something shift within him, a crystallization of purpose that transcended Ashban's schemes, Salem's threats, and even his own fragmented past. Whatever force had brought him to Remnant, whatever destiny awaited, he knew with sudden clarity that protecting these two remarkable young women, not just their physical safety, but their potential, their hopes, their future, had become essential to his own purpose. As if sensing his thoughts, Yang glanced his way, her lilac eyes reflecting points of distant light. She smiled, not her usual broad grin, but something softer, more personal, and briefly leaned against his shoulder in a gesture of companionable warmth. On his other side, Blake's hand found his in the semi-darkness, a light touch that conveyed gratitude and connection without need for words. Her amber eyes remained fixed on the ascending lanterns, but the contact spoke volumes. Hadrian allowed himself to simply exist in the moment, accepting both connections without analyzing their implications. For these few minutes, he wasn't the ancient wizard or Harry Potter or Professor Peveril. He was simply himself, sharing a moment of beauty with two people who had somehow become deeply important to him. High above, their three lanterns drifted close together, carried by the same current, ascending in harmony toward the shattered moon of a world that was beginning, against all odds, to feel like home. The tranquility of the lantern ceremony proved to be the calm before the storm. 2 days later, Vale's commercial district erupted in violence as a major White Fang operation targeted a Schnee Dust Company facility. Explosions shattered the pre-dawn silence, followed by reports of armed Faunus activists breaching the SDC's regional headquarters. Hadrian received the alert from Ashban at 4:37 a.m., his scroll's urgent chime pulling him from another dream of Salem. The headmaster's message was terse. White Fang attack in progress. Vale Central Business District. Response requested. By 4:45, Hadrian had apparat to a position 2 blocks from the SDC building, where chaos reigned. Police barricades struggled to contain panicked civilians fleeing the area, while smoke billowed from multiple points in the sleek glass structure that housed SDC's Vale operations. Ashban arrived moments later via airship, accompanied by Glinda Goodwitch and, surprisingly, General Ironwood. The attack began 30 minutes ago, Ironwood reported without preamble. Initial breach at the loading docks, followed by synchronized explosions on floors 2, 7, and 12. Vale police have established a perimeter, but they're outmatched. Casualties? Hadrian asked, assessing the building's structural integrity with both visual inspection and magical senses. Unknown. Ashban replied grimly. Estimates suggest approximately 50 employees were working night shift, primarily security and processing staff. This doesn't fit the White Fang's usual pattern, Hadrian observed, frowning as he studied the building. They typically avoid high-casualty operations, focusing on dust theft or symbolic targets with minimal personnel present. Their tactics have evolved, Ironwood stated flatly. Intelligence indicates new leadership with more aggressive objectives. A police officer approached their position, looking harried but professional. Headmaster Ashban, we've established communication with the attackers. They're demanding the release of White Fang prisoners from Vale detention facilities in exchange for the hostages. How many hostages? Glinda asked, her normally stern expression tightened with concern. 23 confirmed, ma'am. Mostly security personnel and technical staff. Hadrian's attention was momentarily drawn from the tactical discussion by movement on his scroll, a private message notification. Opening it revealed a text from Blake, "We're approaching your position." RWBY insisted on responding. "Please don't send us back." He looked up sharply, scanning the area, and spotted them moments later. Team RWBY moving with purpose through the police barricade, RWBY using her status as Ojpan's student to gain access to the restricted zone. "We have company," Hadrian murmured to Ojpan, nodding toward the approaching students. Ojpan sighed but didn't look surprised. "Miss Rose's sense of duty is admirable, if occasionally inconvenient." RWBY reached them first, determination written across her young face. "Headmaster, we heard about the attack. We're ready to assist." "This is an active terrorist situation, Miss Rose," Ironwood interjected sternly. "Not a training exercise." "We understand that, sir," Weiss replied, stepping forward with perfect posture despite the early hour. "But we also understand that hostage extraction requires precision and coordination. Our team's abilities are well suited to such operations." Hadrian noted how Weiss carefully avoided mentioning her personal connection to the SDC, presenting their offer as purely professional rather than emotional. Strategic thinking under pressure, a quality he hadn't fully appreciated in her until now. Blake and Yang remained slightly behind their teammates, Blake's expression tightly controlled while Yang watched Hadrian with a silent question in her eyes. Would he support their involvement, or oppose it? Before he could formulate a response that balanced safety with respect for their capabilities, a massive explosion rocked the upper floors of the SDC building. Glass and concrete rained down as a fireball erupted from what appeared to be executive offices. "That's not the White Fang's floor," Blake said immediately, amber eyes narrowed as she analyzed the explosion's location. "They'd have taken the dust processing areas on 7 and 8, not the executive offices." "Miss Belladonna is correct," Ironwood confirmed, checking his scroll. "That explosion originated from floor 18, corporate offices, unoccupied at this hour." "A diversion?" Hadrian suggested, already moving toward the building. "Or a secondary objective we haven't identified? Whatever it is, we need to move now," Ojpan decided. "Glinda, coordinate with Vale Police on perimeter security. James, your specialists can take point on the primary hostage situation. Professor Peveril, I'll investigate the secondary explosion." Hadrian finished, staff already in hand. "It may represent an objective beyond the stated hostage demand." "We'll go with him," Yang stated, her tone making it clear this wasn't a request. Ojpan hesitated, clearly calculating risk against potential benefit. "Very well," he said finally. "Team RWBY will accompany Professor Peveril as backup only. You will follow his instructions explicitly, understood?" "Yes, sir," RWBY confirmed, adjusting her scythe with renewed purpose. As the group split to address their assignments, Hadrian led Team RWBY to a service entrance on the building's east side, away from the main police activity. "Blake," he said quietly once they were out of earshot of the others, "what do you know about this operation that you haven't shared yet?" Blake's brow twitched, her expression momentarily surprised before understanding dawned. "This isn't standard White Fang procedure," she confirmed. "They don't take human hostages as policy, and they certainly don't target occupied buildings at night. It contradicts their public messaging about avoiding unnecessary casualties. So either their policies have changed dramatically," Hadrian reasoned, or something else is happening," Blake finished grimly. "Possibly a false flag operation, or a splinter group acting without authorization. Or a third party using White Fang as cover," Yang suggested, surprising them both with her insight. "Precisely," Hadrian agreed, impressed by her strategic thinking. "Which means we proceed with extreme caution. Our priority is identifying what's happening on the executive floor while avoiding engagement with the primary hostage situation, which Ironwood specialists are better equipped to handle." "How do we get up there?" RWBY asked practically. "The elevators will be disabled, and the stairwells are likely monitored." Hadrian studied the building's exterior. "Service elevator shaft on this side should provide access. It runs the full height of the building for window cleaning and maintenance." "And how exactly do we access that?" Weiss asked skeptically. Hadrian smiled slightly. "With a bit of unconventional entry." He focused on the service door, extending his senses to identify security measures, standard electronic lock, alarm system, but no dust-enhanced security at this entrance. With a subtle motion of his staff and a nonverbal alohamera, the lock clicked open. That's not how security overrides usually work, Weiss observed with raised eyebrows. Professor Peveril has a unique semblance. Jan explained with a hint of pride, as if his abilities somehow reflected well on her. Very versatile. Indeed. Hadrian acknowledged, pushing the door open carefully. Stay close, single file. RWBY at the rear as lookout. They entered the service corridor, dimly lit by emergency lighting. The building's alarm systems wailed in the distance, but this section remained eerily quiet. Hadrian led them unerringly toward the maintenance shaft, guided by both the building schematics he had mentally reviewed and his magical senses that detected paths of least resistance. The service elevator was locked down, as expected, but the shaft itself provided the access they needed. Hadrian forced the outer doors with another silent spell, revealing the dark vertical tunnel with maintenance ladders running along one wall. 18 floors of climbing? Weiss asked, looking up into the darkness with dismay. Not quite, Hadrian replied. He turned to Blake. Your ribbon can support multiple people? Blake nodded immediately, understanding his plan. Easily. With quick efficiency, Blake secured her weapon's ribbon to a sturdy structural beam, creating an improvised ascension line. Jan volunteered to go first, using her exceptional upper body strength to climb rapidly, creating anchor points at intervals. RWBY used her speed semblance to assist Weiss, while Blake and Hadrian ascended last, securing their path. They reached the 18th floor in under 7 minutes, an impressive feat that spoke to Team RWBY's excellent physical conditioning and teamwork. Hadrian sensed no immediate threats beyond the doors, though something about the floor's energy signature felt wrong, a disturbance in the ambient aura that suggested powerful manipulation. Something's not right, he murmured, extending his magical senses further. There's dust activity, but not explosive residue. More like active manipulation. What does that mean? RWBY whispered. It means the explosion we saw may have been for show, Hadrian replied grimly. A visual effect rather than a destructive event. Blake's eyes widened slightly. A staged attack? Possibly. Be prepared for anything. Hadrian carefully opened the elevator doors to reveal a scene of controlled chaos. The executive floor showed signs of damage, overturned furniture, shattered glass partitions, but not the devastating destruction that would accompany a true explosion. More tellingly, the pattern of damage appeared deliberate rather than random, focused on specific offices. This is staged, Jan confirmed quietly, examining a desk that had been carefully overturned rather than blasted apart. Someone's putting on a show. They moved through the floor in combat formation, Hadrian in front, RWBY covering their rear. Most offices stood empty, though signs of hasty evacuation were evident, abandoned scrolls, personal items left behind. The executive suite at the far end, however, showed clear signs of targeted activity. The double doors to the Vale Regional Director's office hung from broken hinges. Inside, 3 figures in white fan masks were systematically downloading data from the company's terminals while a 4th directed their efforts. This last individual stood out immediately, taller than the others, wearing a distinctive white coat rather than the standard white fanned uniform, with hair the color of flame visible beneath his bowler hat. Torchwick, Blake breathed, her hand moving automatically to her weapon. Working with White Fan? Weiss whispered incredulously. That makes no sense. He's a human criminal with no faunus rights agenda. Unless the agenda isn't actually faunus rights, Hadrian observed quietly. Stay back. I want to hear what they're discussing. Using a disillusionment charm on himself, Hadrian crept closer to the office entrance while signaling for Team RWBY to remain in position. Within range of hearing, Torchwick's sardonic drawl became audible. Hurry it up, animals. We have 3 minutes before the specialists breach the lower floors, and our diversionary friends downstairs are more expendable than I'd like to be. We're working as fast as possible. One masked faunus responded tensely. The encryption is complex. Which is why we brought the override codes, remember? Use them. Our employer wants the R&D files, not excuses. Employer. The term confirmed Hadrian's suspicion that this operation went beyond White Fang objectives. Someone was using the terrorist attack as cover for corporate espionage or intelligence gathering. He retreated to where Team RWBY waited, dispelling his camouflage once out of sight of Torchwick's group. Torchwick is extracting research data, he explained in a hushed voice. Using White Fang operatives, but clearly working for someone else. The hostage situation downstairs is a diversion for this operation. We need to stop them, RWBY declared immediately. And we will, Hadrian agreed. But strategically. They have unknown capabilities and an escape route planned. We need to ensure both the data and Torchwick are secured. I can disable their scrolls and terminals with an electrical discharge, Weiss offered, indicating her dust-enhanced rapier. And I can block the most obvious escape route, Blake added. Perfect, Hadrian nodded. RWBY and Yang, you'll flank from opposite sides once we initiate. I'll take Torchwick directly. On my signal. The coordinated attack went precisely as planned, at first. Weiss's precisely targeted glyph sent an electrical surge through the office's systems, frying the equipment and corrupting any data transfer in progress. Blake positioned herself at the office's rear exit, cutting off escape in that direction, while RWBY and Yang burst in from opposite sides, weapons at the ready. Hadrian confronted Torchwick directly, staff extended as he dropped all pretense of being a conventional huntsman. It's over, Torchwick. Whatever you're stealing dies with those terminals. The criminal mastermind seemed momentarily surprised by their appearance but recovered with irritating speed. Well, if it isn't my favorite stalker, he drawled, twirling his cane. And you brought the kitties this time. How adorable. The White Fang operatives moved to attack, but Torchwick waved them back. Plan B, my furry friends. Time for a theatrical exit. Before anyone could react, Torchwick slammed his cane into the floor. Instead of an explosion, however, the impact triggered something unexpected, a shimmer of energy that revealed a petite woman with dual-colored hair who had been somehow concealed in the room's corner. Neo, if you please, Torchwick gestured grandly. Our audience awaits. The woman, Neo, smiled silently, eyes shifting colors from brown to pink as she extended her parasol toward the group. What happened next defied conventional physics. Reality itself seemed to shatter like glass around Torchwick and his associates, fragments falling away to reveal nothing. They had simply vanished. What the? Yang began, moving forward to examine the space where their targets had stood moments before. Teleportation semblance, Blake suggested, though she sounded uncertain. No, Hadrian corrected, extending his magical senses to trace the lingering energy signature. Illusion combined with physical displacement. They're moving through the building somehow, but the shattering effect masked the actual method. RWBY was already at the windows, scanning outside. There! Airship, east side. Sure enough, a sleek black aircraft had appeared beside the building, a side hatch opened to reveal Torchwick leisurely boarding while his White Fang associates hurried inside with what appeared to be backup data drives. They had contingencies for their contingencies, Hadrian observed with grudging professional respect. And we're 18 floors up with no immediate pursuit option. Not quite. RWBY grinned, her silver eyes gleaming with determination. She chambered around in crescent rows. Weiss, launch glyph. Yang, Blake, follow me down. Professor, I have my own methods, Hadrian assured her, impressed by her quick tactical thinking. Execute your plan. What followed was a masterclass in improvised pursuit. Weiss created a series of acceleration glyphs that launched RWBY through the shattered window like a missile, her scythe catching the airship's landing gear as it began to pull away. Blake's ribbon weapon allowed her and Yang to swing from architectural features in a controlled descent toward the roof of a neighboring building that the airship would need to pass over. Hadrian, for his part, simply apparat to the rooftop, arriving in time to see RWBY crawling up the landing gear toward the open hatch while the aircraft pitched and yawed in an attempt to dislodge her. Blake and Yang landed on the rooftop moments later, taking up firing positions with their ranged weapons. Blake's shots were precisely targeted at the aircraft's exposed dust engines, while Yang's more powerful blasts aimed to disable the rear stabilizers. "We need to force them down without destroying the aircraft completely," Hadrian called to them, raising his staff to assist. "RWBY is still aboard." "On it," Yang confirmed, adjusting her aim to focus on the left engine housing. The combined assault had immediate effect. The airship lurched, black smoke pouring from one engine as the pilot fought to maintain altitude. The open side hatch revealed Torchwick taking aim at RWBY with his cane, only to be forced back by Blake's suppressing fire. Hadrian prepared a spell that would disable the aircraft's systems without causing a catastrophic failure, but before he could cast it, something unexpected happened. A small figure appeared at the airship's hatch, Neo, the multicolored woman from before. She locked eyes with Hadrian across the distance, a knowing smile playing on her lips as she opened her parasol. What happened next defied explanation even by remnant standards. The airship and everyone aboard simply vanished. One moment they were there, a damaged aircraft struggling to maintain altitude, the next, empty sky. "RWBY!" Yang screamed, rushing to the roof's edge as if she might spot her sister falling. "She's not falling," Blake said urgently, scanning the sky. "They've disappeared completely." "Impossible," Weiss breathed, having finally caught up to them. "Even teleportation semblances can't move something that large with multiple people." Hadrian extended his senses to their limit, searching for any trace of the magical aura signature that had accompanied the vanishing. He found nothing, not teleportation residue, not illusion energy, simply absence. "This is beyond any capability I've encountered," he admitted, concern mounting. "RWBY was effectively kidnapped, and they had no means of tracking her." Yang turned to him, lilac eyes bleeding to red with mounting panic and anger. "We have to find her. Now. And we will," Hadrian promised, mind racing through options. If conventional tracking wouldn't work, perhaps something more arcane might. RWBY shared blood with Yang, a connection he could potentially leverage with magic rarely used in his previous life. "I need something of RWBY's," he said decisively. "Something personal that she wears or carries regularly." "Her cape," Yang replied immediately. "A piece of it is in our dorm room. She had it repaired last week and kept the scrap for sentimental reasons." "Perfect. That should work." "Work for what?" Weiss demanded. "A tracking method," Hadrian explained vaguely. "But we need to move quickly. Back to Beacon, immediately." As they raced toward extraction, Hadrian's scroll chimed with an incoming call from Ashbin. "The hostage situation is resolved," the headmaster reported without preamble. "All White Fang operatives either captured or..." He paused delicately. "Neutralized by Ironwood specialists." Curious timing, given reports of an airship departing the upper floors. "It was coordinated," Hadrian confirmed tersely. "Torchwick was extracting data while using the White Fang operation as cover. And they've taken Ruby Rose." A momentary silence then. "Understood. Return to Beacon immediately. We'll coordinate recovery operations from here." The call ended, leaving Hadrian with the distinct impression that Ashbin had not been entirely surprised by this development. The thought raised disturbing questions about how much the headmaster might have anticipated, or perhaps even expected, from this attack. As they boarded an emergency response vehicle for transport back to Beacon, Hadrian found Blake suddenly beside him, her voice pitched low for his ears alone. "This isn't just about dust or corporate data," she said with absolute certainty. "The White Fang wouldn't work with Torchwick without a compelling reason. Something bigger is happening." "I know," Hadrian agreed grimly. "And I suspect Ashbin knows more than he's sharing about what that something might be." Blake's amber eyes held his, a shared understanding passing between them. "Then perhaps we shouldn't rely solely on official channels to find RWBY." Yang joined them, having overheard the last exchange. "Whatever it takes," she stated flatly, her eyes still crimson with barely controlled rage. Official or otherwise. Looking at their determined expressions, Hadrian made a decision that would irrevocably change his relationship with Ojban and the carefully maintained balance he had struck since arriving in Remnant. These young women, Blake with her strategic mind and moral compass, Jan with her fierce protective loyalty, deserved more than to be pieces in Ojban's elaborate game against Salem. They deserved the truth. When we reach Beacon, he said quietly, there are things I need to tell you. About myself, about what's really happening in Remnant, and about why Torchwick might have targeted RWBY specifically. How specifically? Yang demanded, fear edging her voice. Hadrian met her gaze steadily. Silver eyes aren't just a rare trait, Yang. They're a power, a specific ability created to fight a darkness most people don't even know exists. Created by whom? Blake asked, her analytical mind immediately grasping the implications. By the being known in legend as the Wizard. Hadrian replied, committing himself to a path from which there would be no return. A story we're going to discuss very thoroughly once we've secured RWBY's location. The vehicle sped toward Beacon, carrying 3 people whose shared purpose had crystallized into something stronger than mere alliance. Whatever secrets Ojban kept, whatever plans Salem orchestrated, whatever mystery surrounded Hadrian's appearance in Remnant, all would need to wait. Finding RWBY came first. Everything else, including Hadrian's carefully maintained secrets, would have to be sacrificed to that cause. And looking at Blake and Yang's determined expressions, he found he didn't regret that necessity at all. Chapter 3, Hearts Intertwined. Beacon Academy's clock tower chimed midnight as Hadrian, Blake, and Yang slipped into his private quarters. The rest of the faculty believed they were coordinating with Ojban on official search efforts for RWBY. In reality, they had quietly extracted themselves from the headmaster's supervision to pursue their own methods. Lock the door, Hadrian instructed as he moved swiftly to the center of the room. With practiced motions, he swept books and papers from his desk, clearing space for what would come next. Jan clutched a small scrap of red fabric, the piece of RWBY's cape they had retrieved from the dorm room. Her eyes had reverted from furious crimson to a worried lilac, though the tension in her shoulders betrayed her barely contained fear for her sister. You said you could find her with this? She asked, holding out the fabric as if offering a prayer. I can, Hadrian confirmed, taking the scrap gently. But first I owe you both some truths. Blake stood by the window, amber eyes watchful. We should focus on finding RWBY. Explanations can wait. The explanations are necessary for what comes next, Hadrian replied, meeting her gaze directly. Because what I'm about to do goes beyond any semblance you've ever witnessed, and you need to understand what you're seeing, and who I really am. Yang moved closer, her expression hardening with determination. Then make it quick. Every minute we waste is a minute RWBY might be in danger. I know. Hadrian gestured for them to sit. The short version, then. I am not from Remnant. At least, not originally. The abilities I've demonstrated aren't a semblance but magic, actual magic from another world entirely. He paused, watching their reactions carefully. Blake's eyes narrowed in analytical assessment rather than disbelief, while Yang's expression wavered between skepticism and desperate hope that whatever he claimed might help her sister. I lived a full life as a wizard named Harry Potter. He continued, each word carefully chosen. After my death, I found myself reborn here, merged with the consciousness and memories of an ancient being you know from legends as the Wizard, the one who first granted magic to humanity in Remnant. That's... Yang began, then stopped, clearly struggling to process the information. Impossible, Blake finished, though her tone suggested she wasn't entirely convinced of that assessment. Rather than argue, Hadrian raised his staff. With deliberate clarity, he transfigured it back into its true form, a wand of elderwood, 15 inches, with a core of thestral hair. The legendary elder wand that had somehow crossed dimensions with him, transforming to suit this world's magical structure. Wand work in Remnant requires different focus than in my original world, he explained. But the principles remain similar. Watch. With a precise movement, he transfigured his desk into a large stone basin inscribed with ancient runes, a perfect replica of a pensive. Another wave transformed a nearby water glass into a silver knife with intricate engravings along the blade. The demonstrations were far beyond what any semblance could achieve, and both women recognized it immediately. "That's not dust," Blake murmured, her analytical mind already accepting evidence before her. "Not any form of aura manipulation I've ever seen." "Because it's not," Hadrian confirmed. "It's magic from my first life, blended with the inherent power of the ancient wizard, the being I partially am now." Jan had moved closer to the transfigured objects, examining them with a mixture of wonder and wariness. "Let's say I believe you," she said slowly. "What does this have to do with finding RWBY?" "Everything," Hadrian replied. "Because the magic I'm about to perform requires absolute trust and understanding between us." He held up RWBY's cape fragment. "This is a blood-tracking ritual, something that would be considered dark magic in my original world, but which operates differently here because of how aura connects family members." Blake's expression sharpened. "You're going to use Yang's connection to RWBY?" "Yes. The shared blood between sisters creates a magical tether I can follow." Hadrian turned to Jan, his expression solemn. "But it requires your willing participation, a small amount of your blood mixed with mine, combined with an essence of who I truly am." "Dark magic?" Jan questioned, concern evident despite her desperation to find RWBY. "The intent matters more than the method," Hadrian explained. "In my world, blood magic was often used to harm or control. Here, we're using it to find someone you love, to protect, not harm. The difference is significant." Jan didn't hesitate. "I'll do whatever it takes to find my sister." Blake moved to stand beside her partner. "I'm in too. Whatever you need." Hadrian felt a surge of gratitude for their trust, a precious gift he didn't take lightly. "Then we begin. But first, one more truth you need to understand." He took a deep breath. "The reason I was drawn to both of you from our first meeting isn't coincidence. There's a resonance between us, a connection I don't fully understand myself, but which feels like something that transcends this lifetime." The admission hung in the air between them, weighty with implications either woman had yet processed. But there was no time to explore those implications now, not with RWBY in danger. "We'll circle back to that," Jan said firmly. "After we find RWBY." Hadrian nodded, grateful for her pragmatism. He gestured toward the stone basin. "This is a pensive, a device for viewing memories. For this ritual, it will serve as our focus." He placed RWBY's cape fragment in the center of the basin, then carefully cut his palm with the silver knife, allowing several drops of blood to fall onto the red fabric. "Jan," he said softly, extending the knife handle first. 3 drops. No more." Without hesitation, Jan took the knife and made a small cut across her palm, allowing exactly 3 drops of blood to fall beside Hadrian's. The mingled blood began to glow with a faint golden light as it soaked into the fabric. "Now what?" she asked, accepting the handkerchief Blake offered to wrap around her cut. "Now I add the final element, a true memory of who I am, to power the seeking spell." Hadrian placed his wand tip against his temple, drawing out a silvery strand of memory. As it touched the basin, it expanded, swirling around the blood-soaked fabric in mesmerizing patterns. "What memory did you choose?" Blake asked quietly. "The moment I accepted death," Hadrian replied, his voice distant with recollection. "The purest expression of who Harry Potter truly was, and by extension, who I am at my core." With both hands extended over the basin, Hadrian began to chant in Latin, words of seeking, of finding, of connection across distance. The mixture in the pensive began to glow brighter, tendrils of golden light rising to twine around his fingers. The cape fragment levitated slightly, turning slowly as if seeking direction. "Jan, place your hand above the basin," Hadrian instructed without breaking rhythm. "Focus on RWBY, not just her appearance, but her essence. Who she is to you. The connection you share." Jan complied, her expression one of intense concentration. As her hand moved over the basin, The golden light flared brilliantly, and the cape fragment began spinning faster. "I can feel her," Yang gasped, eyes wide. "It's like a thread connecting us." "Follow it," Hadrian encouraged. "In your mind, trace that connection to its source." The room fell silent except for Hadrian's continued chanting. After nearly a minute, Yang's eyes snapped open. "Mountain Glen," she said with absolute certainty. "She's somewhere beneath Mountain Glen." Blake frowned. The abandoned expansion city? Why would they take her there? Because it's where they've been operating all along. Hadrian realized, the pieces falling into place. The white fanned activity Ironwood detected wasn't just movement, it was infrastructure. They've established a base there, away from Vale's security networks. The ritual complete, Hadrian carefully extracted the cape fragment, now glowing with a soft crimson light. "This will lead us directly to RWBY. The closer we get, the brighter it will glow." "Then what are we waiting for?" Yang moved toward the door with renewed purpose. "Let's go." "One moment." Hadrian raised a hand, his expression turning grave. "What we're about to do goes against Ojpan's direct orders. He specifically instructed all faculty and students to remain at Beacon while Atlas specialists handled the search." "You don't seem particularly concerned about that," Blake observed shrewdly. "I'm not," Hadrian confirmed. "But you should understand what following me means. Ojpan isn't just Beacon's headmaster. He's the leader of a secret organization fighting against forces most of humanity doesn't even know exist. Defying him has consequences." "I don't care about consequences," Yang stated flatly. "RWBY is all that matters right now." Blake nodded agreement. "We're going, with or without you." "But," she added, amber eyes holding his, "I'd prefer with you." Something shifted in Hadrian's chest at the simple declaration of trust. In 2 lifetimes across different worlds, the choice had rarely been so clear. These 2 remarkable women had become more important to him than ancient allegiances or careful political positioning. "Then we go together," he decided. "But we go prepared." From a locked cabinet in the corner of his quarters, Hadrian retrieved 3 vials of swirling blue potion. "Felix Felicis," he explained, handing one to each of them. "Liquid luck. I've been brewing it since I arrived in Remnant. It takes 6 months to mature properly. I had hoped to save it for confronting Salem directly, but finding RWBY takes precedence." "Salem?" Blake questioned, examining the vial cautiously. "The immortal being behind the Grim." Hadrian explained briefly. "The full story will have to wait, but know this, if Torchwick has taken RWBY to Mountain Glen, there's a good chance Salem's agents are involved. All the more reason to hurry," Yang said, uncorking her vial without hesitation. "How much do we take?" "Just a small sip. Too much can cause recklessness." Hadrian demonstrated, taking a careful swallow from his own vial. The familiar sensation of perfect confidence washed through him immediately, not euphoria, but absolute certainty that every choice would be the right one. Blake and Yang followed suit, their expressions shifting to mirror his own sudden optimism. "It feels," Blake began. "Perfect," Yang finished, a determined smile spreading across her face. "Like everything's going to work out exactly as it should." "That's Felix working," Hadrian confirmed, already moving toward his equipment cabinet. "It won't make us invincible, but it will ensure our luck runs in our favor for the next few hours." Armed with this supernatural fortune and the glowing cape fragment, they slipped from Hadrian's quarters and made their way to Beacon's airship docks. Under Felix's influence, they encountered no faculty or security patrols, found an unmarked training vessel with full fuel reserves, and departed without triggering any alarms. As Vale's glittering lights fell away beneath them and the shattered moon illuminated their path toward Mountain Glen, Hadrian found himself studying his companions' profiles with new clarity. Jan at the controls, her determination manifesting as precise, confident movements. Blake beside her, amber eyes constantly scanning for threats while her mind clearly processed everything she'd learned about him. They had accepted his impossible truth without hesitation when RWBY's safety was at stake. The question that remained was what would happen once the crisis passed, how they would view him once they had time to fully process who and what he truly was. For now, though, they were united in purpose, flying through the night toward whatever awaited them beneath Mountain Glen's ruined streets. The abandoned city stretched below them like a graveyard of civilization, empty buildings standing as tombstones for humanity's failed ambition. Once intended as Vale's expansion district, Mountain Glen had fallen to a catastrophic grim attack years ago, its remaining population retreating to underground caverns that eventually became their tomb when explosions breached the cavern walls. There, Blake pointed toward a section of the ruined city where faint lights flickered between collapsed structures. Movement at ground level. Hadrian consulted the glowing cape fragment, which now pulsed with increasing frequency. Ruby's below ground, but that's definitely activity connected to whoever's holding her. We should land at a distance and approach on foot. Yang guided the airship to a landing zone nearly a mile from the detected activity, far enough to avoid immediate detection, close enough for quick access. As the engines powered down, Hadrian felt Felix Felici's guiding his thoughts toward optimal strategy. They'll have sentries, he said as they disembarked. White Fang most likely, but potentially others. Our priority is stealth for as long as possible. Blake nodded, already adjusting her weapon for silent operation. I can scout ahead. My night vision will help identify patrol patterns. Good. Yang and I will follow at distance enough to maintain visual contact but not risk detection. Hadrian turned to Yang. We'll need to suppress your aura signature when we get closer. Your energy burns too brightly for covert approach. I can control it, Yang assured him, though her eyes betrayed concern. But if Ruby's in immediate danger, then all stealth protocols become secondary. Hadrian agreed. But until we confirm her condition, patience serves us better than direct assault. They moved through the ruins with practiced efficiency, Blake gliding ahead like a shadow while Hadrian and Yang followed her silent signals. The abandoned city felt wrong on a fundamental level, not just the emptiness or decay, but a lingering miasma of despair that spoke to the tragedy that had unfolded here. Grimm had been drawn to this place by human suffering, and their essence had seeped into the very concrete. As they approached the area of detected activity, Hadrian cast a disillusionment charm on himself and his companions, not complete invisibility, but a chameleon-like effect that allowed them to blend with their surroundings. Combined with Blake's natural stealth and Yang's controlled movements, they became virtually undetectable. The first White Fang sentries appeared exactly where Blake had predicted, positioned at what appeared to be a collapsed section of roadway. Closer inspection revealed the collapse was partially engineered, creating a concealed entrance to the caverns below. Clever, Blake whispered as they observed from a concealed position. They've modified existing damage to hide their access points. Unless you knew what to look for, this would appear to be just another section of ruined road. Hadrian studied the guards' positioning and equipment. 6 visible sentries. Standard White Fan combat gear, but look at their earpieces. Those aren't conventional communications. The design is Elysian military. Stolen tech? Yang suggested. Or supplied? Blake countered grimly. Which raises questions about who's really running this operation. The cape fragment in Hadrian's pocket pulsed more insistently, confirming Ruby's presence somewhere below. We need to get past those guards without raising an alarm. Options? Blake scanned the area with tactical precision. There's a maintenance access point 50 meters east, likely connects to the same underground network. Probably guarded as well, but potentially with fewer sentries if it's a secondary entrance. Under Felix Felici's guidance, Hadrian immediately recognized this as their optimal path. Lead the way. They circled around to the indicated access point, a partially concealed utility entrance that had once served the underground train system. As Blake had predicted, security here was lighter, just 2 guards stationed with less vigilance than the main entrance. I'll handle this, Blake whispered, unsheathing Gamble's shroud in its quietest configuration. Before Hadrian or Yang could respond, she had slipped forward, her shadow clone semblance deploying with newfound precision. The guards detected the first clone and turned toward it, allowing Blake to approach from behind and deliver precise strikes that rendered both unconscious without a sound. "Clear!" she signaled, securing the guards with their own restraints before concealing them behind rubble. The utility entrance led to a narrow maintenance tunnel illuminated only by emergency lighting that had somehow remained functional over the years. The air grew increasingly stale as they descended, carrying scents of metal, dust, and human activity. "The fragment is pulsing faster," Hadrian observed, checking the glowing piece of cape. "RWBY's close, but still deeper underground." They followed the tunnel until it intersected with a larger passage, clearly part of the original underground expansion that had been repurposed. Signs of recent activity were everywhere: fresh bootprints in the dust, communications wiring along the walls, supply crates bearing SDC logos stacked at intervals. "They've been operating here for months," Blake observed, examining marking dates on the crates. "This isn't a hastily assembled hideout, it's a long-term base." "But for what purpose?" Xiao wondered, checking the contents of an open crate. "This is refined dust in military-grade storage containers. Way beyond what they need for typical White Fang operations." Hadrian was about to respond when the cape fragment suddenly flared with brilliant light. "RWBY's very close," he whispered urgently. "Within 100 meters." Following the fragment's guidance, they navigated through increasingly active sections of the underground complex. The Felix Felicis continued to work its magic. Patrol timing always seemed to align perfectly with their movements, allowing them to slip past without confrontation. Security cameras suffered convenient power fluctuations just as they needed to cross their field of vision. Finally, they reached a section that appeared to be serving as a detention area, converted storage rooms with reinforced doors and electronic locks. The cape fragment now glowed so brightly that Hadrian had to conceal it within his closed fist to avoid detection. "Third door on the left," he indicated with absolute certainty. "That's where they're holding her." Xiao moved immediately toward the indicated door, but Blake caught her arm. "Security panel," she warned, nodding toward a sophisticated electronic lock. "Adhesion military grade. Triggering it incorrectly will sound alarms." "Stand back," Hadrian instructed, drawing his wand. With careful precision, he cast a spell specifically designed to interface with electronic systems, a modification of magic he developed during his later years as head Auror, when magical and Muggle technologies had begun to integrate. The lock's display flickered, code sequences cycling rapidly before settling on green. The mechanism disengaged with a soft click. "How did you?" Blake began. "Magic adapts," Hadrian explained briefly. "Even to technology it was never designed to interact with. Xiao, you first, she'll respond best to seeing you." Xiao needed no further encouragement. She eased the door open, then froze in the threshold, her expression shifting from determined to confused. "What is it?" Blake whispered, moving to peer past her. Inside the cell sat RWBY Rose, apparently unharmed, comfortably seated in what looked like a standard office chair. She wasn't bound or restrained in any visible way. Instead, she appeared to be waiting. At their appearance, she looked up with an expression not of relief or fear, but mild surprise. "Xiao? Blake? Professor Peveril?" RWBY tilted her head curiously. "How did you find me so quickly?" "RWBY?" Xiao rushed forward, enveloping her sister in a fierce hug. "Are you okay? Did they hurt you? We've been searching everywhere." "I'm fine," RWBY assured her, returning the hug somewhat awkwardly. "They haven't hurt me. They've been weird, actually. Like they're waiting for something." Hadrian remained in the doorway, his combat instincts suddenly screaming warning. This was wrong. Too easy, too convenient, even with Felix Felicis aiding them. "RWBY," he asked carefully, "did Torchwick tell you why they brought you here?" RWBY shook her head. "Not really. He just kept saying something about bait needs to look appealing and the boss lady will be pleased. Then they put me in this room and left. There was even a plate of cookies." She pointed to an empty plate on a small table beside her. "We need to leave," Hadrian said sharply, the implications becoming clear. Now, this is a trap. Obviously, came a smooth female voice from behind them. Though I expected Ashbin himself, not his newest acquisition. Hadrian spun to find the corridor now occupied by a woman he'd never seen in person yet recognized instantly. Tall and elegantly dressed, with ashen hair covering one eye, the visible eye gleaming with calculated amusement. Beside her stood Roman Torchwick, twirling his cane with casual arrogance, and the silent, dual-colored woman they had encountered during Ruby's abduction. Cinderfall, Hadrian stated flatly, pieces clicking into place. The woman from Amber's attack, Salem's chosen agent. You have me at a disadvantage. Cinder replied, studying him with newfound interest. You know my name, but I don't believe we've been properly introduced. Her gaze shifted to Blake and Jan, then to Ruby behind them. And you've brought Miss Rose's little rescue party. How touching. The trap was for Ashbin, Blake realized aloud. You wanted to draw him out of Beacon. Among other objectives, Cinder acknowledged with a slight smile. Though you three make an interesting consolation prize. Particularly you, Professor. Peveril, was it? A recent addition to Beacon's faculty with unusually diverse abilities. Jan had positioned herself protectively in front of Ruby, her hair beginning to glow with rising anger. If you wanted Ashbin, why take Ruby? Why not grab a professor or someone closer to him? Because Miss Rose has something special, Cinder replied, her eye flicking to Ruby's silver ones. Something rare and valuable. Something my queen has particular interest in. The casual mention of Salem as my queen confirmed what Hadrian had suspected. Cinder was fully aware of who she served, not merely a manipulated pawn but a knowing agent of the immortal being. That made her infinitely more dangerous. Your queen will be disappointed, Hadrian stated, subtly shifting his stance to prepare for combat. We're leaving with Ruby. Now. Cinder's smile widened. I don't think so. Neo? The multicolored woman, Neo, stepped forward, parasol twirling lazily in her hands. With a bow that mocked courtesy, she stamped her foot against the floor. The world around them shattered like glass, revealing that what they had perceived as a detention block was actually a large open chamber. White-fanged operatives lined the perimeter, weapons trained on them from all sides. Illusion, Blake hissed, gamble shroud already in her hands? The entire rescue was staged. Not entirely, Cinder corrected. Ruby is indeed here, and you did indeed find her. We simply anticipated your methods and prepared accordingly. Felix Felicis should have prevented this level of deception, Hadrian realized with growing concern. Unless confronting Cinder now was somehow the most fortunate path forward, for reasons not yet apparent. What does Salem want with Silver Eyes? Hadrian demanded, buying time while he assessed their options. The question caused a flicker of surprise across Cinder's composed features. You're remarkably well informed for someone who appeared in Vale so recently. Ashbin must trust you a great deal. Her eye narrowed. Or perhaps you're not who you appear to be at all. Enough talk, Torchwick interrupted impatiently. We've got what we came for. Let's wrap this up and get back to the plan. Patience, Roman, Cinder admonished without taking her eyes off Hadrian. This unexpected development merits exploration. While they conversed, Hadrian felt a familiar warmth in his pocket, not the tracking charm, but his two-way communication mirror vibrating with an incoming call. Ashbin, most likely, having discovered their absence. The timing couldn't be coincidental, Felix Felicis ensuring help would arrive precisely when needed. You won't leave this place with Ruby, Hadrian stated with absolute certainty, the liquid luck fueling his confidence. Salem has already lost this round, whether she realizes it or not. Cinder's expression hardened. Bold words from someone surrounded and outnumbered. She raised her hand, summoning flames that danced between her fingers, the stolen portion of the Fall Maiden's power. Let's see if your confidence survives first-hand experience with powers beyond your understanding. You first, Hadrian replied, and with a swift motion, cast a blasting curse at the ceiling above them. The explosion rocked the chamber, sending chunks of concrete raining down on friend and foe alike. In the chaos, Hadrian erected a shield charm around their group while shouting to Blake and Yang, "Get RWBY to the main tunnel! I'll cover your retreat!" The sisters needed no further prompting. Yang scooped RWBY into a protective hold while Blake cleared their path with precise shots from Gamble's shroud. As they broke for the exit, Hadrian maintained his position, staff raised against Cinder's approaching figure. "Impressive reflexes," she commented, flames now engulfing both hands as she stalked forward. "But ultimately futile. The exits are sealed. We make our own exits," Hadrian countered, gathering his power for what would come next. The duel that followed would be spoken of in whispers throughout Beacon for months afterward. Cinder Fall, wielding the partial power of the Fall Maiden, unleashed devastation that should have overwhelmed any ordinary huntsman. Streams of fire, shards of obsidian glass, concussive force, all directed with lethal precision. But Hadrian Peveril was no ordinary huntsman. Drawing on 2 lifetimes of combat experience and the combined magical knowledge of Harry Potter and the ancient wizard, he met her assault with calculated counters. Where Cinder attacked with raw power, Hadrian responded with efficiency and precision, shield charms deflecting her flames, transfiguration turning her glass projectiles into harmless water droplets, apparition allowing him to vanish and reappear beyond her defensive perimeter. "What are you?" she demanded, frustration bleeding into her voice as another attack dissipated against his defenses. "Someone who has faced worse than you and survived," Hadrian replied calmly, deflecting a particularly vicious fire blast back toward a cluster of white-fanged operatives attempting to flank him. The exchange had granted Blake, Yang, and RWBY valuable time to reach the main tunnel. Now Hadrian needed to disengage and follow them without allowing Cinder to pursue immediately. With precise timing, courtesy of Felix Felicis, he waited until Cinder gathered her power for another major attack. Just as she released a torrent of flame, Hadrian apparat directly behind her, simultaneously casting a delayed explosive charm on the supporting columns of the chamber. "Salem will fail," he whispered as he passed her, his voice pitched for her ears alone. "As she has failed before. Tell her the wizard has returned." Before Cinder could process his words, Hadrian had apparat again, reappearing at the tunnel entrance where Blake was providing covering fire for Yang and RWBY. The explosive charm detonated, bringing down a section of ceiling between them and their pursuers. "Move!" Hadrian commanded, urging them deeper into the tunnel as dust and debris filled the air behind them. "They'll breach that in minutes." They raced through the underground complex, Felix Felicis guiding their path through the labyrinthine tunnels. Behind them, alarms blared as Cinder rallied her forces for pursuit. "What was that back there?" Yang demanded between breaths as they ran. "That wasn't just a semblance you were using against her." "Full explanations later," Hadrian replied tersely. "For now, just know that Cinder Fall is no ordinary criminal. She serves Salem directly and possesses powers stolen from one of Remnant's most important guardians. The Fall Maiden," RWBY said suddenly, causing them all to glance at her in surprise. "That's who she attacked. That's where her fire powers come from." "How do you know that?" Blake asked sharply. I don't know," RWBY admitted, looking confused by her own knowledge. "It just came to me when I saw her using those abilities." The silver eyes, Hadrian realized, activating in proximity to a maiden's powers, connecting to their original purpose as created by the ancient wizard. Another piece of the puzzle that confirmed his growing theory about RWBY's importance in what was to come. "RWBY's right," he confirmed as they reached a junction in the tunnels. "Cinder attacked the current Fall Maiden and stole a portion of her power, which makes her extraordinarily dangerous, far beyond what the 4 of us can handle directly." Yang's expression turned mulish. "We were holding our own, because she was toying with us," Hadrian interrupted firmly. "If Cinder had employed her full capabilities from the start, this encounter would have ended very differently." The tunnel ahead forked, with no indication which path might lead to safety. Hadrian consulted Felix Felicis' guidance, sensing which route would prove most fortunate. "Left," he directed, just as RWBY pointed and said, "That way." Their eyes met in brief surprise before they hurried down the indicated passage. Behind them, the sounds of pursuit grew louder, white fanged operatives coordinating their search patterns with military precision. "There's an old emergency exit ahead," Ruby announced with the same strange certainty. "It leads to a surface access point near the eastern perimeter." "How could you possibly know that?" Yang asked, giving her sister a bewildered look. "I don't know," Ruby admitted, sounding equally confused. "It's like the knowledge was already in my head, but I didn't realize it until we needed it." Hadrian exchanged meaningful glances with Blake, who had clearly reached the same conclusion he had. Something had been done to Ruby during her captivity, something beyond physical imprisonment. "It doesn't matter how she knows," Blake said pragmatically. "If she's right, that exit is our best chance." Ruby's information proved accurate. The tunnel terminated in an emergency evacuation station, designed for the original underground settlement, now long abandoned but still structurally intact. A vertical shaft with maintenance ladders led to what appeared to be a surface access hatch. "I'll go first to secure the exit," Hadrian decided, already moving toward the ladder. "Blake, you follow with Ruby. Yang, provide rear security until everyone's ascending, then follow." The plan executed smoothly until Yang's position at the base of the ladder. Just as she prepared to climb, a distinctive clicking sound echoed through the chamber. Torchwick's cane extending to firing position. "End of the line, Blondie." His voice called from the tunnel entrance. "The boss lady wants a word with your sister." Yang didn't hesitate. "Go!" she shouted up to the others. "I'll hold him off and follow." "Yang, no!" Ruby cried, looking down from halfway up the shaft. But Yang had already engaged, her hair blazing golden as she charged directly at Torchwick. The criminal mastermind fired a succession of explosive rounds that Yang either dodged or absorbed into her semblance, closing distance with remarkable speed. "Get them to safety," Yang called to Hadrian as she grappled with Torchwick. "I'll be right behind you." Hadrian faced an impossible choice: continue evacuating Ruby, the primary target, or descend to assist Yang against an opponent who almost certainly had backup approaching. The decision was made for him when Blake suddenly pressed Ruby into his arms. "Get her out," Blake ordered, her tone brooking no argument. "I'm going back for Yang." Before Hadrian could protest, Blake had dropped back into the chamber, her shadow clones deploying in rapid succession as she moved to assist her partner. "Ruby, continue climbing," Hadrian instructed, conflicted but recognizing the strategic priority. "The surface hatch is just above. I'll secure the perimeter and return for them immediately." "But Yang and Blake, trust them," Hadrian said firmly. "And trust me. I won't leave them behind." With visible reluctance, Ruby continued her ascent. Hadrian followed close behind, mentally calculating how quickly he could secure Ruby and return for the others. The entire situation had spiraled beyond what even Felix Felicis could have anticipated. Or perhaps this too was part of the potion's guidance, events unfolding towards some optimal conclusion not yet apparent. They emerged onto Mountain Glen's ruined surface, the shattered moon providing ample illumination. Their exit point had delivered them to what once had been a public plaza, now overgrown and partially collapsed. "Stay low and follow me," Hadrian directed, leading Ruby toward a defensible position behind a crumbled wall. "Our extraction point is half a kilometer east, but I need to go back for—" A massive explosion from below interrupted him, the ground trembling beneath their feet. Ruby's face drained of color. "Yang," she whispered, silver eyes wide with fear. Hadrian made an instant decision. "Stay hidden. Do not move from this position unless absolutely necessary." He pressed his communication mirror into her hands. "This connects directly to Oshpin. If I'm not back in 5 minutes with Blake and Yang, activate it, and tell him exactly where you are." Without waiting for her response, Hadrian operated back to the base of the access shaft, directly into chaos. The chamber was partially collapsed, dust and debris filling the air. Through the haze, he could make out Yang locked in fierce combat not with Torchwick, but with Neo, the multicolored woman's parasol deflecting Yang's increasingly desperate attacks. Blake, meanwhile, fought a holding action against white-fanged reinforcements at the tunnel entrance, her shadow clones multiplying in complex patterns that confused and divided her opponents. Neither had seen Cinder Fall approaching from a side passage, flames gathering around her hands for a devastating attack on Blake's unprotected flank. Time seemed to slow as Hadrian assessed the situation. Yang, separated from Blake by the fighting, couldn't warn her partner. Blake, focused on holding back the white-fanged advance, couldn't detect Cinder's approach. And Cinder, confident in her advantage, gathered power for what would certainly be a lethal strike. In that moment, Hadrian's connection to both women crystallized with blinding clarity, not just affection or responsibility, but something deeper and more fundamental. He could no more allow harm to come to them than he could stop breathing. With a crack that echoed through the chamber, he operated directly into Cinder's line of fire, staff raised in a complex pattern that conjured not just a shield charm but a reflective barrier designed specifically to counter maiden abilities, knowledge drawn from the ancient wizard's memories of creating those very powers. Cinder's attack struck the barrier and rebounded with amplified force, sending her flying backward into the tunnel wall with bone-crushing impact. The unexpected counterattack bought precious seconds for Hadrian to shout to Blake and Yang. "To me! Now!" Yang broke from her combat with Neo, delivering a devastating blow that temporarily staggered her opponent. Blake disengaged with a final volley of suppressing fire, both women converging on Hadrian's position with combat-honed precision. The moment they reached him, Hadrian gathered them close and focused all his concentration on their extraction point, a side apparition more complex than any he had attempted in Remnant thus far. The familiar compression of apparition enveloped them just as Cinder recovered, her scream of rage cut short as they vanished from the chamber. They reappeared beside Ruby's hiding place, the triple apparition draining Hadrian's reserves significantly. Both Blake and Yang staggered slightly from the disorienting transportation, but recovered quickly, a testament to their exceptional adaptability. "Yang!" Ruby launched herself at her sister, nearly knocking her over with the force of her embrace. "We need to move," Hadrian said tersely, already scanning for pursuit. "They'll have surface teams searching within minutes. Our airship is too far," Blake pointed out, checking her ammunition with practiced efficiency. "And they'll be monitoring the skies. Then we find alternative transportation." Hadrian decided, the last effects of Felix Felici's guiding his instincts. "This way." He led them through the ruins at a careful pace, balancing speed against stealth. Ruby stayed between Yang and Blake, while Hadrian took point, his magical senses extended to detect approaching threats. The Felix Felicis continued to work its subtle influence. Patrol patterns always seemed to miss their position by mere moments. Available cover appeared precisely when needed. After 20 tense minutes of evasion, they reached what had once been a transportation depot on the city's eastern edge. Among the rusted hulks of abandoned vehicles stood something unexpected, a military-grade transport ship, partially concealed under camouflage netting but apparently functional. White Fang Supply Transport, Blake identified immediately. They must use this for discreet movement between Mountain Glen and their other facilities. "Can you fly it?" Hadrian asked Yang, who was already examining the craft with a professional eye. "It's an older model, but similar enough to Beacon's training ships," she confirmed. "Give me 2 minutes to check the systems." While Yang performed a rapid pre-flight assessment, Hadrian established a perimeter with detection wards, simple spells that would alert him to approaching threats. Blake assisted Ruby onto the transport, then turned to Hadrian with an expression that demanded answers. "What you did back there," she said quietly, reflecting Cinder's attack. "That wasn't just advanced dust use or aura manipulation." "No," Hadrian agreed, maintaining his vigil. "It wasn't. And the teleportation, sighed along with both of us simultaneously. That shouldn't be possible with any known semblance." "Also true." Blake's amber eyes studied him with penetrating intensity. "You meant what you said in your quarters. You really aren't from Remnant." "I meant every word," Hadrian confirmed, meeting her gaze directly. though the full explanation will have to wait until we're safely away from here. Yang's voice interrupted from the cockpit. We've got power. Everyone aboard, this isn't going to be the smoothest takeoff. They boarded quickly, Hadrian taking a final sweep of their surroundings before sealing the transport's hatch. The interior was Spartan but functional, clearly designed for troop and supply transport rather than comfort. As Yang initiated launch sequences, the craft's engines rumbling to life with promising power, Hadrian felt a familiar prickle at the base of his skull, the sensation of magical energies gathering nearby. Someone with significant power was approaching rapidly. Yang, expedite takeoff, he ordered tersely. We have incoming. Working on it, she replied through gritted teeth, the ship's systems responding sluggishly to her commands. These controls are fighting me. Because they're not meant for you to operate. Came a new voice from the cockpit's communications system, smooth, cultured, and unmistakably threatening despite its calm delivery. A holographic display activated on the main console, revealing Cinderfall's face. Blood trickled from a cut at her temple, a souvenir from her encounter with Hadrian's reflective barrier, but her expression remained composed, almost amused. Did you really think we would leave a functional transport unguarded? She asked. Or that we wouldn't have remote override capabilities? Yang's hands flew over the controls, attempting to bypass the lockout, but the engines were already powering down, the ship's systems going into security lockdown. Valiant effort, Cinder acknowledged. But ultimately futile. Now I suggest you disembark peacefully. My associates outside have the transport surrounded, and I would hate for anyone to be unnecessarily injured before my queen has a chance to meet you all personally. Hadrian moved to the cockpit, quickly assessing their options. The transport was indeed shutting down, sophisticated electronic countermeasures that he couldn't easily override with magic. Through the viewports, he could see white-fanned operatives moving into position around the vessel, weapons trained on all potential exit points. We surrender, he said suddenly, looking directly into the holographic display. Hadrian! Yang protested immediately. A wise decision, Cinder replied, her smile widening slightly. Perhaps there's hope for you yet, Professor Peveril, if that is your real name. On one condition, Hadrian continued, ignoring Yang's outburst. I speak with Salem directly. The request visibly startled Cinder, her composed facade cracking momentarily. You presume much. Not presumption. Necessity. Hadrian leaned closer to the display, his voice dropping to a more intimate register. Tell her the ancient wizard wishes to discuss terms. Tell her I remember our beginning, and perhaps can see a different ending. Silence stretched across the communication channel, Cinder's expression shifting from surprise to calculation to something almost like fear. Finally, she responded. Disembark unarmed. My forces will escort you to a secure location where arrangements can be made. The transmission cut abruptly, leaving the cockpit in tense silence. Have you lost your mind? Yang demanded immediately. We can't surrender to them. We're not surrendering, Hadrian replied calmly. We're advancing to the next phase. What phase? Ruby asked, her silver eyes wide with confusion. The one where I fulfill the purpose that brought me to Remnant in the first place, Hadrian said, checking that his wand was secure in its holster. A confrontation long overdue. Blake studied him with narrowed eyes. You planned this. Not specifically, Hadrian admitted. But I've known since awakening here that a confrontation with Salem was inevitable. Felix Felicis has guided us to this moment for a reason. And we're just supposed to trust that some magic potion has our best interests at heart? Yang questioned skeptically. Not the potion, Hadrian replied, his gaze moving between Blake and Yang with unmistakable significance. Me. I'm asking you to trust me. The request hung in the air between them, weighty with implication, with everything still unspoken about who he truly was and what connected them. Blake and Yang exchanged a long look, some silent communication passing between partners who had learned to read each other implicitly. Finally, Yang nodded. We trust you. But you better have one hell of a plan. Not a plan, Hadrian corrected with a small smile. Something far more powerful, the truth. He turned to the hatch. Now, let's go meet the Queen of the Grim. And hope she's in a listening mood. The white-fanged escort led them not back underground, as Hadrian had expected, but deeper into Mountain Glen's ruins. They moved in silent procession through streets long abandoned to decay and wildlife, their path winding toward what had once been the city center. Hadrian walked at the front of their group, projecting calm confidence despite the armed guards surrounding them. Behind him, RWBY, Yang, and Blake followed with varying degrees of wariness and confusion. None of them had been disarmed, a curious detail that suggested either supreme confidence or a carefully laid trap. "Where are they taking us?" RWBY whispered, keeping close to Yang's protective presence. "Somewhere with significance," Hadrian replied quietly. Salem appreciates symbolism. Their destination soon became apparent, a massive structure that had once been Mountain Glen's central administrative building. Unlike the surrounding ruins, this building showed signs of recent restoration, structural supports reinforced, debris cleared, power systems apparently functional based on the lights visible within. As they approached the grand entrance, Hadrian felt it, a familiar yet alien presence, ancient beyond human reckoning. The sensation triggered fragmentary memories from the ancient wizard's past, a woman with hair like sunlight and eyes filled with love, transformed by grief and the gods' cruel manipulation into something terrible and eternal. Salem was here. Not a projection or representative, but her actual presence. The white-fanged escort halted at the entrance, their leader gesturing for Hadrian and his companions to continue inside alone. The implicit message was clear: whatever awaited them was not for lesser eyes to witness. "Stay close," Hadrian instructed as they passed through massive doors into a cavernous atrium. "Speak only when directly addressed, and follow my lead regardless of what happens next." The interior had been transformed from municipal functionality to something more akin to a throne room. Black crystal formations reminiscent of grim structures punctuated the space, growing from floor to ceiling like organic architecture. Red lighting cast an otherworldly glow across proceedings, while pools of what appeared to be liquid darkness gathered in recessed areas of the floor. Cinderfall awaited them at the far end of the chamber, standing beside an ornate chair raised on a dais. Her posture suggested deference, hands clasped before her, head slightly bowed, a stark contrast to her usual confident demeanor. The chair itself was empty, yet Hadrian could sense a presence gathering around it, shadows coalescing, reality bending slightly as if struggling to contain something beyond its natural parameters. "She comes," Cinder announced, her voice carrying a reverence Hadrian hadn't heard from her before. "The Queen of the Grim. Mother of Darkness. Salem." The shadows behind the throne rippled like disturbed water, and from their depths emerged a figure both beautiful and terrible. Skin pale as death, veins of darkness visible beneath its surface. Hair white as bone, arranged in an elaborate style that spoke of ancient courtly fashion. And eyes, red iris against black sclera, inhuman yet burning with unmistakable intelligence and emotion. Salem moved with ethereal grace to stand before the throne, her gaze fixed on Hadrian with an intensity that seemed to peer directly into his soul. When she spoke, her voice carried both honeyed sweetness and the chill of the grave. "The ancient wizard returned at last." A smile curved her lips, terrible in its beauty. "Or should I call you Harry Potter? A curious amalgamation you've become." The casual use of both his identities sent a shock through Hadrian, though he maintained his composed expression. Behind him, he could sense Blake and Yang tensing, while RWBY's silver eyes widened in confusion. "You know of my dual nature," Hadrian acknowledged, stepping forward slightly. "I shouldn't be surprised. You always were perceptive, Salem." "Millennia of existence hones one's awareness," she replied, descending the steps from her throne with measured grace. "Though I confess, this development was unexpected even to me. My former love merged with a soul from another reality entirely." Her head tilted slightly, studying him. "The gods must be laughing. If they are, the joke is at both our expense," Hadrian replied evenly. "They abandoned this world to its fate long ago. Salem circled him slowly, like a predator assessing prey, or perhaps like a lover reacquainting herself with a long-absent companion. Both interpretations felt uncomfortably accurate. And yet here you stand, she observed, once again involving yourself in affairs you once claimed to have abandoned. Why return now, after all this time? What brings the great wizard back to the world he helped break? The question struck at the heart of what Hadrian himself had been pondering since his awakening in Remnant. What purpose had drawn Harry Potter's soul across dimensions to merge with the ancient wizard's consciousness? I don't know, he admitted honestly. But I suspect it relates to ending what we began thousands of years ago. Ending? Salem laughed, the sound both beautiful and chilling. There is no ending to this story, my love. The gods ensured that when they cursed me with immortality and you with eternal reincarnation. We are locked in this dance until the stars themselves burn out. Unless we find another way, Hadrian suggested quietly. Salem paused her circling, genuine surprise flickering across her inhuman features. Another way? After all this time, you still cling to hope? Hope is what sustained Harry Potter through trials that should have destroyed him, Hadrian replied. And hope is what the ancient wizard lost when he turned away from humanity. Perhaps that's why our souls merged, to restore what was lost. Throughout this exchange, Hadrian maintained awareness of his companion's reactions. Jan watched with wary confusion, clearly struggling to reconcile the mysterious professor she'd known with this man who spoke to the Queen of Grimm as if to a former lover. Blake's analytical mind was visibly connecting pieces, her amber eyes narrowed in intense concentration. And Ruby. Ruby's silver eyes had begun to glow faintly, reacting to Salem's presence in a way she herself didn't seem to notice. Salem, however, did notice. Her attention shifted abruptly to Ruby, expression hardening. The silver-eyed girl. Your latest weapon against me? Not a weapon, Hadrian corrected firmly. A student. A young woman with her own destiny, separate from our ancient conflict. Nothing is separate from our conflict, Salem countered, moving toward Ruby with predatory intent. Everything in this world exists in relation to it, particularly those abilities you created specifically to combat my children. Jan moved protectively in front of her sister, eyes flashing crimson. Stay back. Salem paused, her gaze shifting between Jan and Blake with new interest. Ah, I see now. A smile of terrible understanding spread across her features. History repeats itself, doesn't it, my love? Once again, you've found young women to champion, to mold in your image, to love in your broken way. The observation cut closer than Hadrian cared to admit. My relationship with Miss Xiao Long and Miss Belladonna is not relevant to our discussion. On the contrary, Salem replied, her voice softening to something almost sympathetic. It's entirely relevant. You've formed attachments again, created new vulnerabilities I could exploit, just as I did with the original maidens. The threat, though veiled, was unmistakable. Hadrian felt Blake and Jan tense behind him, ready for combat despite the impossibility of victory against such a foe. If you harm them, Hadrian said quietly, power gathering around him like a storm, there will be no possibility of reconciliation. Ever. The chamber grew still, ancient magic responding to his emotions in a way that made the very air vibrate with potential. Even Cinder, still watching from the sidelines, took an involuntary step back. Salem's expression shifted through several emotions: anger, surprise, and finally, something almost like respect. You truly care for them, she observed, sounding genuinely curious. Not as tools or symbols, but as individuals. I do. Why? The question contained genuine bewilderment. After everything you've lost, after watching generations live and die like mayflies while you endure, how can you still open yourself to such inevitable pain? The question resonated deeply with both aspects of Hadrian's dual nature: Harry Potter, who had lost parents, godfather, friends, and eventually wife and children to mortality's unyielding grasp, and the ancient wizard, who had watched civilizations rise and fall, loved ones turned to dust, hope repeatedly extinguished by humanity's capacity for self-destruction. Because without that connection, he answered simply, immortality is merely a prison. Something you understand better than anyone. For the briefest moment, Salem's mask of control slipped, revealing the profound loneliness beneath her monstrous exterior. In that unguarded instant, Hadrian glimpsed what he had come to realize since awakening in Remnant, that Salem's quest for destruction wasn't driven merely by revenge against the gods, but by the unbearable isolation of eternal existence without meaningful connection. You were not the only one abandoned, she said finally, her voice softer than before. The gods left us both to suffer, in different ways. Yes, Hadrian agreed. But our responses to that abandonment created the world as it now exists. Your Grim. My silver-eyed warriors and maidens. Ozma's endless reincarnations. We've been locked in a cycle of our own making for millennia. A cycle that cannot be broken, Salem stated, though with less conviction than before. The gods' curse ensures that. Unless we defy them together, Hadrian suggested, taking a calculated risk. Not through destruction or control, but through something they never anticipated, reconciliation. The proposal hung in the air between them, radical and unprecedented. Throughout their long conflict, either had considered the possibility of alliance rather than opposition. Salem's laughter started softly, then built to something bordering on mania. Reconciliation? After everything that has transpired? The death of our children? Your betrayal? Ozma's endless interference? You suggest we simply make peace? Not simply, Hadrian corrected. It would be the most difficult path either of us has ever attempted. But consider the alternative, endless centuries repeating the same conflicts, achieving nothing but mutual suffering. A beautiful sentiment, Salem acknowledged, composure returning. But ultimately naive. Some divides cannot be bridged. Some wounds never heal. I don't believe that, Hadrian stated firmly. Neither does Harry Potter, whose experiences taught him that even the most damaged soul can find redemption. And deep down, I don't think you believe it either. Salem's expression hardened. You presume to know my mind after millennia apart? I know the woman you were before the pools of annihilation, Hadrian replied quietly. Before grief and isolation twisted your heart. That woman still exists somewhere within you, Salem. I've seen glimpses of her even now. For a long moment, silence filled the chamber, as Salem regarded him with unreadable eyes. When she finally spoke, her voice carried a weariness that belied her ageless appearance. Even if reconciliation were possible, and I do not concede that it is, what would you propose? That I simply abandon centuries of planning? That we join forces against what? The absent gods who cursed us both? Against oblivion itself, Hadrian answered. Against the meaninglessness of immortality without purpose. Together, we could create rather than destroy, build a world where humanity thrives without divine interference, where our unique perspectives could guide rather than oppose. The audacity of the proposal seemed to genuinely intrigue Salem. For the first time since their confrontation began, she appeared to be considering his words rather than dismissing them. Blake chose that moment to speak, her voice calm despite the tension surrounding them. If I may, she said, addressing Salem directly, your conflict has shaped Remnant's entire history. Both of you have valid grievances, against the gods, against each other. But continuing this war only ensures everyone loses. Jan nodded agreement. Sometimes the bravest thing isn't fighting to the bitter end, it's finding the courage to try a different approach when the old one clearly isn't working. Salem regarded them with renewed interest. The wizard chooses his companions well, she observed. Wisdom beyond their years. Not his companions, RWBY corrected, stepping forward despite Yang's protective gesture. Her silver eyes had stopped glowing, returning to normal as she faced Salem without fear. His equals. That's what's different this time, isn't it? He's not trying to direct everything himself. He's working with us, not just through us. The insight, so simply stated yet profoundly accurate, seemed to affect Salem deeply. She turned back to Hadrian with an expression approaching wonder. You've changed, she said quietly. The ancient wizard I knew would never have considered equals among mortals. Always the teacher, the director, the puppet master, much like Ozma has become in your absence. Harry Potter's influence, Hadrian acknowledged. He understood that true strength comes from connection, not control. From trust freely given, not power imposed. Salem moved to her throne, running pale fingers along its crystalline surface in contemplative silence. Finally, she turned back to face them. I will consider your proposal, she stated, her tone making it clear this was a significant concession. Not as acceptance, but as exploration of possibility. In the meantime, a temporary cessation of direct hostilities might be arranged. A truce, Cinder clarified from her position, speaking for the first time since Salem's arrival. Her expression betrayed clear shock at this unexpected development. Indeed, Salem confirmed. Conditional and limited, but a beginning. After all, she added with a hint of dark humor, we have eternity to work out the details, don't we, my love? Hadrian inclined his head in acknowledgement, recognizing the magnitude of what had just transpired. Not victory, not surrender, but something perhaps more valuable, the first tentative step toward breaking a cycle of conflict that had defined Remnant for thousands of years. There is one immediate matter to address, Salem continued, her gaze shifting to RWBY, the silver-eyed warrior. Her powers represent a direct threat to my children, created specifically to destroy them. What assurance do I have that she won't be deployed against the Grimm during our discussions? Before Hadrian could respond, RWBY stepped forward. I barely understand my abilities, she said with disarming honesty. But I do understand making hard choices for the right reasons. If there's a chance to end conflicts without destruction, I'd rather try that first. Salem studied her thoughtfully. Remarkable. You've found a silver-eyed warrior with diplomatic instincts. A rarity indeed. Ruby Rose represents the best of what humanity can be, Hadrian stated. As do Blake Belladonna and Yang Xiaolong. They are the reason I believe reconciliation is possible, because this generation can envision possibilities our ancient perspectives might miss. A subtle shift occurred in Salem's demeanor, something almost like respect as she regarded the three young women standing with Hadrian. Very well. You may depart with my assurance of safe passage. Cinder will arrange communication protocols for our continued discussion. She turned to her lieutenant. Release the transport's lockdown and withdraw our forces from the perimeter. Our guests are leaving, unmolested. Cinder's surprise was evident, though she masked it quickly with a bow. As you wish, my queen. As Cinder departed to execute these instructions, Salem approached Hadrian one final time, her voice pitched for his ears alone. This may be futility disguised as hope, my love. But after endless centuries of certainty, perhaps uncertainty holds its own appeal. Sometimes hope is all we have, Hadrian replied quietly. And sometimes it's enough. Salem's fingers brushed his cheek in a gesture both intimate and sorrowful. Until our next meeting, ancient wizard. Or Harry Potter. Whichever you truly are. Both, Hadrian answered simply. And neither. Something new forged from what came before. A ghost of a smile touched Salem's lips before she stepped back, shadows gathering around her form. Something new, she echoed. How terrifying! How fascinating! With those words, she dissolved into darkness, leaving the chamber feeling suddenly larger and emptier despite her absence. Blake was the first to break the ensuing silence. Did we just negotiate a truce with the immortal queen of all Grimm? We did, Hadrian confirmed, feeling both drained and oddly hopeful. Though whether it holds depends on factors beyond our immediate control. Like Ozma's reaction, Jan surmised shrewdly. Something tells me the immortal wizard on our side isn't going to be thrilled about this development. Probably not, Hadrian agreed. Which is why we need to present this carefully when we return. RWBY looked contemplative. She called you my love. You were together once, weren't you? Before everything. The perceptiveness of the question reminded Hadrian that RWBY's youthful appearance belied a deeper wisdom. Yes, he acknowledged. In the beginning, before the gods' intervention, before the pools of annihilation transformed her, we were everything to each other. That's why this might work, Blake realized, her analytical mind connecting pieces. Your connection transcends the conflict. You see the person behind the monster, as she perhaps sees the person behind the legend. Hadrian nodded. Though thousands of years of opposition cannot be undone in a single conversation. But it's a start, Yang stated firmly. And sometimes that's all you need. They made their way out of the building to find the White Fang forces indeed withdrawing, the transport vessel powered up and waiting. No one challenged their departure or followed as Yang piloted them away from Mountain Glen, setting course back toward Vale with RWBY riding co-pilot. In the passenger compartment, Blake sat beside Hadrian, both of them processing the extraordinary events they had just experienced. You owe us that full explanation now, she said quietly. About Harry Potter. About the ancient wizard. About why you're connected to us. I do, Hadrian agreed, feeling the weight of accumulated secrets ready to be shared. Though I'm not certain I can explain the connection. It remains something I feel rather than understand, as if your souls and mine recognize each other somehow. Like we've met before, Blake suggested thoughtfully. In another life. Perhaps. Or perhaps it's something simpler, resonance between compatible spirits drawn together across time and space. Blake considered this, her amber eyes reflecting the passing moonlight. When we first met, there was something familiar about you. I dismissed it as imagination. I felt it too, Hadrian admitted. With both you and Yang. An immediate recognition that defied rational explanation. Is that why you agreed to train us? Because of this connection? Partially, Hadrian acknowledged. Though your own exceptional abilities would have warranted attention regardless. They fell silent for a moment, the transport humming around them as it cut through the night sky. Finally, Blake asked the question that truly mattered. What happens now? Between us, you, me, and Yang. After everything we've learned, everything we've seen. The question encompassed so much, their evolving relationship, the revelations of his true nature, the implications of their connection for the future. Hadrian considered carefully before responding. That depends entirely on what you both want, he said finally. I've lived long enough, across 2 lifetimes, to know that genuine connection is the most precious thing in any world. But I would never presume or impose. And if what we want is to explore this connection? Blake's question came softly, her gaze steady despite the vulnerability it revealed. Whatever it might be? Before Hadrian could respond, Yang appeared from the cockpit, having set the autopilot. She moved to sit on his other side, creating a moment of symmetry that felt somehow significant, Blake to his left, Yang to his right, both watching him with expressions that mirrored his own complex emotions. I heard that last part, Yang admitted. And for the record, I'm with Blake. This thing between us, whatever it is, deserves exploration. Even knowing what I am? Hadrian asked, looking between them. The complexities of my existence, the burdens I carry, the enemies I've made? Especially knowing those things, Blake replied firmly. Because now we see you completely, not just Professor Peveril, but Harry Potter and the ancient wizard too. All the layers that make you who you are. Plus, Yang added with a hint of her characteristic humor, dating someone with actual magic has definite advantages. Instant teleportation beats airship travel any day. The light moment broke the tension, drawing reluctant chuckles from both Hadrian and Blake. In that shared laughter, something crystallized between the three of them, an acknowledgement that whatever lay ahead, they would face it together. I can't promise simplicity, Hadrian warned, even as he felt his heart lifting with unexpected hope. My life has never followed conventional patterns, and that's unlikely to change now. Simplicity is overrated, Yang declared confidently. And conventional patterns don't apply to extraordinary circumstances, Blake added with quiet certainty. Hadrian looked between them, the golden-haired brawler whose courage and loyalty shone like the sun itself, and the shadow-skilled faunus whose perceptiveness and resilience had overcome so much darkness. In both, he saw qualities that resonated with different aspects of his own complex nature. In both, he recognized souls of exceptional worth. Then we explore this connection, he agreed finally. Together. Without predetermined expectations, but with open hearts. Yang's brilliant smile lit her entire face, while Blake's more reserved expression nonetheless conveyed equal depth of feeling. As the transport continued its journey back to Vale, Hadrian found himself experiencing something he had thought lost forever, the simple joy of new beginnings, untainted by prophecy or ancient obligation. From the cockpit, RWBY called back. "Beacon's hailing us. Ojpin wants immediate communication." Reality reasserted itself. They still had to navigate the political complexities of their unauthorized mission, the unprecedented truce with Salem, and the inevitable questions about Hadrian's true nature that would follow. "Here we go." Yang sighed, though her optimism remained undimmed. "Time to face the music." "Together," Blake reminded them, her hand finding Hadrian's with quiet assurance. "Together," Hadrian agreed, drawing strength from their presence as he prepared to confront whatever awaited them at Beacon. The uncertain future stretched before them, full of challenges and possibilities in equal measure. But for the first time since awakening in Remnant, Hadrian faced that future with something beyond duty or obligation driving him forward. He faced it with love, complex, unexpected, and powerful beyond any magic he had ever wielded. 3 months later, the grounds of Beacon Academy gleamed under the light of Remnant's shattered moon. Most students had retired for the evening, leaving the gardens peaceful and private, the perfect setting for reflection. Hadrian sat on a stone bench overlooking Vale in the distance, staff resting across his knees as he contemplated the extraordinary developments since that fateful night at Mountain Glen. Ojpin's reaction to the unauthorized rescue mission had been predictably severe, until he learned of the unprecedented truce with Salem. That revelation had transformed his anger to stunned disbelief, followed by cautious, almost fearful hope. The headmaster who had fought Salem across countless lifetimes could scarcely comprehend the possibility of reconciliation rather than victory. The subsequent weeks had seen careful diplomatic maneuvering on multiple fronts. Salem had withdrawn her agents from Vale, including Cinder Fall, whose partial maiden powers remained a concerning loose end. In return, Ojpin had suspended aggressive Huntsman operations against concentrated Grimm populations, establishing monitoring rather than eradication protocols. Neither immortal being fully trusted the other. Millennia of enmity couldn't be erased in months, but the first tentative steps toward a different relationship had been established. Communication, albeit limited and heavily guarded, had replaced reflexive opposition. As for Hadrian himself, his true nature was now known to Ojpin's inner circle, though not the broader faculty or student body. His merged identity as both Harry Potter and the ancient wizard had initially created tension, particularly with Glinda Goodwitch, who questioned whether such a being could be trusted with teaching responsibilities. Ironically, it was Ironwood who had defended him most vigorously. The general, pragmatic to his core, recognized the strategic value of having the ancient wizard's power and knowledge actively engaged rather than observing from the shadows. "Deep thoughts?" Blake's voice drew him from his reverie as she approached the bench, a book tucked under one arm. She had recently stopped wearing her bow within Beacon's grounds, a small but significant step toward embracing her full identity as a faunus. "Just reflecting on how much has changed," Hadrian replied, moving to make space for her. "And how much remains uncertain." Blake settled beside him, her shoulder touching his in comfortable familiarity. "Uncertainty isn't always negative. Sometimes it's just possibility waiting to be defined." "Philosophical tonight," Hadrian observed with a smile. "Must be the company I keep," she returned, amber eyes gleaming with quiet humor. A certain ancient wizard tends to inspire existential contemplation. Their easy banter was interrupted by Yang's arrival, her golden hair catching moonlight as she bounded up the garden path with characteristic energy. Unlike Blake's quiet grace, Yang announced her presence with cheerful enthusiasm. "There you are!" she exclaimed, dropping onto the bench on Hadrian's other side. "RWBY's team just demolished CRDL in combat practice." Weiss actually high-fived someone. It was wild. Team RWBY continues to exceed expectations, Hadrian noted warmly. Though I'm not surprised. They have exceptional leadership. Speaking of leadership, Blake said, her tone shifting to something more serious. Have you made your decision about Ashpin's offer? The question referenced what had become the central dilemma of Hadrian's current existence. With his true identity revealed, Ashpin had proposed integrating him formally into the inner circle, not as a professor or advisor, but as an equal partner in shaping global security strategy. The role would grant him unprecedented influence but would also bind him more tightly to institutional structures. I have, Hadrian confirmed, having reached his conclusion that very evening. I'm going to decline. At least in the form he's proposed. Yang raised an eyebrow. Really? I thought you'd want more influence over how things develop with Salem. That influence doesn't require an official position, Hadrian explained. In fact, I believe I can be more effective maintaining some independence, able to move between different worlds and perspectives without institutional constraints. Plus, Blake added perceptively, it preserves your freedom to prioritize teaching, which is what you truly enjoy. Hadrian smiled at her insight. You know me well. We're getting there, Yang replied with a wink. Though I think we've barely scratched the surface of those 2 lifetimes of memories. The teasing reference to his vast experiences across worlds brought a warmth to Hadrian's chest. Over the past months, their relationship had evolved naturally, comfortable moments of connection interspersed with deeper conversations that gradually revealed their true selves to one another. Nothing rushed, nothing forced, but building steadily towards something profoundly meaningful. So what's next? Blake asked, gesturing toward Vale in the distance. For all of us, I mean. With the truce holding, the White Fang splintering over whether to continue violent tactics, and the vital festival approaching. We live. Hadrian answered simply. We teach and learn and grow. We prepare for whatever comes next, but we don't allow preparation to become our entire existence. Speaking of living, Yang interjected, her expression brightening. There's a cultural festival in downtown Vale this weekend. Live music, food stalls, the works. She bumped Hadrian's shoulder playfully. Professor Ancient Wizard needs more exposure to fun. Does he indeed? Hadrian replied with mock seriousness. Absolutely. Blake confirmed, surprising them both with her immediate agreement. All work and no play makes for dull immortals. Their laughter mingled in the night air, a moment of simple joy amidst the complex tapestry of their intertwined lives. As it faded, Hadrian found himself overwhelmed with gratitude for the unexpected gift he had received in this new existence, not just a second chance or a merged identity, but companions who saw him completely and chose him anyway. I love you both, he said suddenly, the words emerging without premeditation but with absolute sincerity. In different ways, perhaps, and still evolving, but genuinely and completely. The declaration hung in the moonlight, honest and unadorned. Neither woman seemed surprised, as if they had recognized this truth long before he gave it voice. Yang's smile was radiant as she leaned against him. We know. And same goes, by the way. Blake's expression was more contemplative, but no less warm as she took his hand. Some connections transcend explanation. Perhaps that's all we need to understand. They sat together beneath Remnant's broken moon, 3 souls linked by something beyond conventional definition. Whatever challenges awaited, Salem's uncertain redemption, Ashpin's careful maneuvering, the unresolved threats still lurking in shadows, they would face them as they sat now, together, complementary strengths aligned, creating something stronger than any could achieve alone. For Harry Potter, who had known the power of friendship and love across dimensions. For the ancient wizard, who had forgotten that power in millennia of solitary existence. For Hadrian Peveril, who represented the integration of both, this moment of connection was not just happiness, but completion. To whatever comes next, he said softly, arm around Yang's shoulders, hands still clasped with Blake's. Together, they answered in unison, their voices blending in perfect harmony under the watchful gaze of the shattered moon. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.